Welcome, welcome. Good morning. I think for the majority of you, based on your zone, it is morning. I think there's a couple people that may be coming in from a different time, different country or region. We're excited to have you here with us today. Thank you for committing a Saturday to help elevate your life or business with the power of a book. So, as you're joining, and we'll give it people a
This
minute
meeting
or
is
two
being
to come on in.
recorded.
If you
The
would
recording
please
has
type in the
stopped.
chat where you are joining us from, that would be great. I'd love to know where everybody is at. And this is the power of Zoom. Certainly, COVID gave us the ability to do a lot more remote and virtually. And we're really excited about this. I know some of you are like, oh my God, a whole day on Zoom. But I'll tell you what, the last couple of cohorts that have gone through this, you're like, oh my God, we're done already. Like, it's like, and we will be giving you time to have bio breaks and things like that. We've added some additional time in here so that you can take care of your personal needs as well. We want to make sure you have energy throughout the day also. And again, I had sent out a couple tips in advance. Make sure if you don't have something to stay hydrated or whatever else you need, some snacks. I know I got my little bowl of nuts right here, so I can just munch on a nut here and there. You don't have to feel embarrassed if you're putting food in your face or you need a granola bar or whatever. This is very informal. And this is really an opportunity for us. We have been doing this workshop now a couple times, and we're still in a pilot mode, but I think you'll be blown away. People in the past have been blown away in terms of the experience of this. So thank you for your patience in advance with this. It will be helpful. You may find that you want to have a pencil or a pen or something to write with. If you're doing it electronically, of course, we'll be in a system where you're going to be doing typing and pulling up different documents and so forth. So just a couple things. What we'd like to do is make sure you'll see on the screen right now, and I think most of you have done this in advance. If you have not yet had an opportunity to get your bank code report, is what it's called. It's a system called Bank, and you'll be learning more about this. And we'll explain why this is so powerful and important in the writing process. But when you go to that link, you're going to see these four cards, and you're just going to sort them in terms of what's most important to least important to you. You don't have to watch the video. We'll give you the short of it, but you're just putting it in order. You're dragging and dropping the cards in terms of what's most important. Number one box, number two, three, four being the least important thing to you, just in general overall in your life. Many of you have your bank code already identified, and you'll notice that after my name and some of the other names that you're seeing here, you'll see those 4-digit letters. And it'll be very helpful for us so that as we communicate and enhance the effectiveness of our communication with you, to have you do the same thing. And so the way you do that is simply in the participant list. If you go down to participants at the bottom, find your name, and then when you click on more, you will have an opportunity to basically add in and edit your name by doing that. So please take a minute and do that. And that way, thank you. Some of you are right on top of that. That's awesome. Um, it and also, let me go ahead. I mean, you can scan the QR code. Let me actually see. Give me a second to pull up the other links. I can type it in the chat to make it a little easier for you as well. So you have it there. And then ultimately, once it's in there, this is something you don't have to read the report right now. It's a 15, 20-page document. Don't feel obligated. If you haven't had time, that's okay. It'll be a resource you can go back to because it talks about some of your strengths, but more importantly, how to communicate with different personality types. So again, once you have that information, if you can please add it after your name in the participant list, and then we'll go from there. So with that, we're really excited to have an opportunity today to talk about the power of AI in bringing your voice to the world, in writing a book, and in a little bit after you do some introductions and we learn who you are, why you're here, and a little bit more about what you're writing about, you'll have the opportunity to hear from each of us. I'm Dr. Eric Goodman, and you'll find we've got an incredibly talented team. Chris O'Byrne, the CEO of JetLaunch, Dr. Samuel Helms, EdTech innovator as well in terms of our AI work that we've been doing, and Mamie Jean Lamley, who is a power in of herself in terms of communication, bringing people's voice to the world, having an opportunity to really enhance your influence, impact, and your income in what you're doing. So we'll come back to that. And what we'd love to do, beyond knowing where you're joining from, which you put in the chat already, and if you haven't yet typed that in the chat, please do so. So we just have a perspective of who is on this call today. What we'd invite you to do, and this is on the screen, you can see introductions. And what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to take this off of the screen in a minute and make sure it's in the chat, because we want to be able to see you firsthand. But I'm going to leave it up for the first couple people, but at some point it will disappear. So if you would like to, you can start, because you may not be the first one going. And just make some notes. That's where, having that, or if you want a little note, on your computer. But who are you? What's the topic of your book? What is your why behind writing the book? Like, what brought you to this workshop? A little of that. But what's your writing experience? And it's okay if you haven't written at all, but you may have at least maybe I've done a blog, or I wrote an article, or other than emails and texting, I don't write. That's okay. We would love to hear if you have a podcast, because that's another really powerful way of getting your voice out in the world. Certainly anything else that's relevant, like if you're a speaker, or things that if you want to share anything else, you can. But again, we want you to be as concise as possible. If you're using AI in writing, you don't have to say, go into a whole lot of detail about it, but just we want to know, have you used AI in writing? And then what do you hope to get out of a day? I know we've got a goal to keep it in a minute, so please do your best to honor that, because there will be more time to interact throughout the course of the day around that. So with that, the other thing that you have an opportunity to do is at the bottom of the screen, you'll see there's a little raise hand thing for you to interact. And then there's the, if you will, the react button, which is a bunch of different emojis. So feel free to chime in with that. The other thing that I would ask is, if there's something that you hear that maybe is an aha, or what I consider a gem of an insight, or something that really resonates with you, please do type in the chat, like hashtag GEM, GEM. And that way, it's just a way of capturing and locking in the learn as we go through the day. So I'd invite you to do that. And then with this, so that we can have sort of some structure around the introductions, I'd invite you to raise your hand, so that whoever would like to go first, and then certainly, we'll go through this, and then you'll be able to see we've got so many talented people with a powerful message or background, wisdom, expertise that they're going to be bringing to the world. And the nice thing about hearing these introductions is you may find that there's somebody else that has similar passion to you, or may have something that would be beneficial to you based on their background and experience. So if you're wondering, oh, wait a minute, I just wanted to show up and do this and go right into it. No, our goal is for you to connect and have an opportunity to collaborate, not only throughout the day, but you might find that there's some other things that emerge from learning about other people. So who would like to share first? Just raise your hand, and ideally your digital hand, because I'm not seeing everybody on the screen at the same time right now, based on my view. So once you raise your digital hand, I'll see you, and then again, love to have you just introduce yourself. So awesome. Leela, you're up, and then Barbara, you're on deck. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I am Leela Veronica, and I am writing a book on how to help women prevent and release pain and feel good in less than 15 minutes per day. The number one reason for my book is to bring my modality into a written form. and to get more exposure on bigger stages. My writing experience, I have published academic articles and a lot of social media and blogs. I've had a podcast before. I let that go a few years ago, so I don't anymore. I've used ChatGPT some for writing, social media, blogs, and emails. And today I hope to finish the first draft of my book.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for kicking it off. Love that.
Thanks,
Barbara,
Lila.
you're up, and Steve, you're on deck.
My name is Barbara J. Beckley, and I'm the CEO over the Diamond Factor Network. Basically, I help people get visibility and understand that how important they are in their purpose. The topic for my book, I really want to work on you are the brand. A lot of people always go into all the tools, and I'm like, but you are your brand. So I really want to bring that out in my book. Why, basically. What is your writing experience? Well, I have a journal book coming out in March of this year. So this will be kind of like my 5th book that I'm doing. That's experience. I do have podcasts. In fact, I have a network full of podcasts of my own and some others that I coach. And I do use AI for writing as a tool. And what I hope to get out today is just really get more structure with what I want to put out there as my next book. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. All right, Steve, you're up, and then Kim and Karen, you're following.
Good morning, Eric, and good morning, everyone else. My name is Steve Replin. The topic of my book, I have put together about 80%, 85%, 90, whatever, of a course on home-based business that allows people to make between $100,000 and $150,000 a year of extra money at home and without really learning anything that's newfangled and technological and so on and so forth. My why is because for 47 years now, I have been making loans called asset-based loans, collateral-based loans, hard money loans to people all across the country. And I think that within that whole area lies the secret for people to not have to quit their job and get a second job. There's a relatively easy way to convert one aspect of what I'm doing to money-making experience, money-making activity. Writing experience, I wrote a book called Where to Go When the Bank Says No. It took me 12 years, and hopefully I can do this maybe 11 years. What do you think, Eric? I don't know. Do I have a podcast? No. Are you using AI in writing? I'm fascinated by the possibilities of AI. I have played a little bit with it. Never written a book. So what do I hope to get out of today? I hope to get out today an outline and potentially a first draft of a book that will go with this course that people can refer to and actually be a standalone product as well to sell.
All
And I rest
right.
my case.
Okay, excellent.
This meeting is being recorded.
One second there. Thank you, Steve. Really appreciate that. Kim, love to hear from you, and then Karen and Jordan.
Hi. Oh, okay. Hi, can you hear me? Sorry
Yes,
about the echo.
you're all right.
Okay. Little bit of technical difficulties, but can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear
Oh,
you.
perfect. Okay. Hi everyone. I'm Kim Mosley, and I hope to be able to finish up the book that I've been working on for the past 6 years. In hopes of helping people who have gone through similar situations as I have in my life. And I hope that it also serves as a way to motivate people who are currently going through the struggles that I've, went through, to give them hope to get through whatever it is that they are going through.
Awesome. Anything else in terms of podcast or using AI currently?
AI has helped me a lot to put a lot of my wording together very nicely. So I'm very thankful for AI when it comes to that, especially when responding to like legal documents and things like that. It has helped a bunch. Um, and also with research, I use it a lot for research. So it
Mhm.
has definitely come in handy.
All right. Excellent. Anything else you want to share?
No, but
Okay.
hi everyone. Good
Yeah.
morning.
Thanks so much for being here. All right. Karen, Jordan, and then Rebecca.
Hi, I'm Karen Romine. I am an intuitive business strategist and I help executives to learn how to combine intuition with strategy. I'm here because I know Eric from an AI mastermind, so I'll jump to the AI and writing and tell you that I love AI, which brings me back to the topic of my book, which is learning how to use AI for personal use. I'm doing it because I want more exposure. I want to be known more as someone who leads in AI in the space that I'm in, and just really for promotion for my work and my business. My writing expertise is about zero blogs. My use of AI extensive, as I said, and then my goal today is kind of unknown. I want to make sure that I know where I'm going and what I'm doing. I want a solid foundation. I've got like a framework started, but I'm not even sure if it's the right framework. So I'm here to learn.
Awesome. So grateful for you being here, Karen. Thank you. All right. Jordan, Rebecca, and then Jude.
Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. Sorry, a little under the weather, so forgive me about that. I am Jordan White. I'm a self-leadership coach, um, and based here in Denver. The topic of my book has actually kind of organically grown over the last year. Really, the idea of creating a men of value community. So, helping people, helping men in particular, just build more impact in their lives through the form of self-leadership. So my why behind the book, um, there's a lot of complicated things we're navigating in today's world. So I hope for this to be a resource to provide some answers and to just help guide, um, men in a direction that can help them create more value in their lives and the lives of other people. And yeah, just really commit to that. So writing experience wise, I have a master's, so wrote, plenty of papers, and a couple articles post school. I do have a podcast called the Practicing People's Podcast, where we discuss different practices people embrace in their lives that have helped them navigate difficult times um, and hopefully inspire other people to uh, yeah, realize that there's other things that they might try to help them along their journey. So as far as using AI in writing, a little bit recently, just with social media content, experimenting with it, but definitely fascinated to see what comes up today. And yeah, I think just a more solid outline, just some more solid direction in where I want to go with the book, and of course connecting with other people. I really believe in that. So um, I hope to get that up out of today as well.
Fantastic, Jordan. Thank you so much. Rebecca, and then Jude.
Yeah, it's awesome to go behind Jordan because I'm like, yes, and I'll do that for the ladies. So my name is Rebecca, and I am a coach. And my focus is personal professional development. And the book that I'm writing is actually on self-trust, working title, Trusting Your Journey, Cultivating Self-Trust to Live a Life That's Healthy, Happy, and Whole. Um, why? Because I'm on this journey and, it's the book that I need for me and that I also, kind of have been living. And so it's just sort of feels like the next step of my journey, and also something that I can use with clients. Um, my writing experience, I have a lot of different experience over over the course of a lifetime. I have 2 master's degrees, so definitely a lot of writing academically. Also, I've been published in some different newspapers and different places that we've lived, magazines. Have had my own blog on and off, you know, video blogs, things over different periods of my life, and nothing at the moment. I have been experimenting with AI just for mostly how to condense things. And because so many people are using it, I thought I need to kind of know what's going on here in this space because it's going to be here whether I get into it or not. And I just hope to get more progress with the book and clarity and understand how I can use some of these tools more effectively and connect with you all. I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome. Thank you, Rebecca, for joining us. Jude, you're up next. And if others haven't had a chance to share yet, I think Matt, Ruth, if you can be thinking about that, would love to see you raise your hand and share what you're up to. So with that, Jude, we'll turn it over to you.
Hey, good morning, Eric, and good morning, everybody. My name is Jude Sandoval. I'm the Divorced Dadvocate. I have built a community that provides divorce support for dads. The topic of my book is Dad's Guide to Divorce, and I'm writing that and built the community because I went through my own high conflict and continues to be a high conflict divorce. And I want to help other dads that are going through not only a high conflict divorce, but any divorce, find a healthier and less traumatic way to do that ultimately helps our children and that actually can serve as an example of getting through difficult and challenging times for our children. So it actually can be an opportunity if approached the right way. My writing experience is mostly blogging over the past several years and publishing on Medium and Thrive Global and my website. I do have a podcast. It's actually in the top 5% of all podcasts worldwide, and it's been a tremendous success and has gotten a lot of this information out that I'm wanting to put in the book form here today. I have been using AI, started to dabble in that with the blog posts as well as creating outlines and structure for the podcast episodes. And today I'm hoping to at least have an outline, hopefully maybe a rough first draft.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jude, and for the work you're doing in the world too. It's so important. Really appreciate that. All right, Matt, and then Demet.
Hi, can you see me? I'm Matt Zadinsky, and I am a small business owner, and I work with cities, utilities, and infrastructure. And I take veterans, grads, and professionals from other industries and prep them to work in the solar, wind, and battery and electric vehicle technology shift that's coming. So I've started one company and sold it and have a second company that I continue to run. I'm interested in starting a third company because I think the future of job search looks like this, looks like our cell phone. And I think that there's a way to put the 4 domains of Ikigai, which is what are you good at, what do you love to do, what does the world need, and what can you make money at, as corners on an app. So I'm testing the idea that a book could help me launch this book. I call it WIT-BUG, which stands for what I want to be when I grow up. There's 3 W's, what I want to be when I grow up. So WIT, to be. And then if you flip the grow up, it's WIT-BUG. WIT is what you have inside you. And the Stanford University longitudinal study on career success seems to predict that if you do these 3 things, if you're curious, you ask good questions, you ask for help, and then you try something and then learn and keep repeating it, you can actually move forward. So I think the idea is to help cities and utilities who are my clients begin to build a pool of talent that they can recruit from. Do I have a podcast? Not yet. I'd like to start one, and I think that it makes sense. Do I have writing experience? I've published a few academic articles on how to use simulation to train the next generation of system operators. These are the men and women, unfortunately mostly men, who keep the lights on. I've experimented with using AI in writing. I'm not an expert, but I'd like to get better at it. And what I want to get out of today is to kickstart for 2025 these ideas that have been clinking around my head and put them on a path to actually starting to publish.
Fantastic. And I love what your WITBUG, that acronym, that's very catchy and so important for people to really figure out, what they have that the world needs. So thank you for that. So Demet, let's hear from you.
Good morning, Dr. Goodman and Mamie. Good to see you, and hello everyone else. Yes, my name is Demet Fuzatürk, and I'm really here as a mother and advocate and storyteller. I don't have anything published as yet. That's why I'm so excited to be a part of this today. My book and topic is really about the struggles and challenges I've had being a parent of a child who has an eating disorder. It's called ARFID. It stands for Avoidant Restrictive Food Intake Disorder, and I spent many, many years with no diagnosis, misdiagnosis, and just navigating the healthcare system. And it took, really started the process in elementary school, and it took until sophomore year of high school before my son was actually diagnosed with this disorder. So really I'm looking at sharing this with a wide enough audience to really help other parents, other people struggling with these types of eating disorders, and what they can do to try to, live life as best as possible and navigate what that's all about. My writing experience, as I shared, I've written a lot. I haven't published anything. I like to keep things, between journaling and writing poetry and just things that I find cathartic and satisfying has really been my experience with writing. I don't have a podcast, and I have to admit I'm quite illiterate when it comes to anything with AI or social media. So I know I'm here. I'm going to learn a lot today.
Fantastic. Thank you for being here. And then Ruth, would love to hear from you. And I don't know if
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm Ruth Gwen. I'm here in Redondo Beach. And so I have no experience in writing a book. And I started to write a book for myself, just sort of like writing quotes and stuff like that. So I'm very novice and everything else. I have no AI experience. I don't have a topic for my book, but I have started one. The reason I'm writing it is really for myself and to just explore that part of, a new way maybe to make money or something like that. I do write business plans, so I have that experience. And just what I'd like to get out of this class is to see what this is about and explore this and meet all these interesting people. Wow, it's just fabulous, the people that are on this call. Very grateful.
Fantastic, Ruth, and thank you for joining. Did I miss anybody other than some of those that are involved with facilitating? Okay. So thank you all. Yeah, you can see there's a tremendous amount of talent and people with passion about different topics in this group, which is fantastic, and really excited to help you bring that to the world. So I'd love to hear in the chat, I guess seeing in the chat more so, is just have you type in the chat. I heard a couple of you share, like, I've been working on this for 6 years or like X or whatever. How long have you wanted to write a book? And if you've written other books, that's all right. Think back to like what that process was, and maybe it's an average of that if you've written multiple books. But like, type in the chat, like, is it 6 years? Is it longer than that? What does that look like for you? And I think the other thing about that is we start seeing some of these numbers come in 9 to 6 years. I've seen different research around that. And for a lot of people, it's, close to a decade. And I know that was true in our last group. There were some people that had been thinking about it. In fact, I talked to somebody on Monday of this week that has had a book that they've been working on since the early 80s. So, part of it's being able to help it come together. And when you look at this, there's this classic study research by Epstein, and what he found was that there was 81% of Americans feel they have a book in them and should write it. And I think that's really powerful, and I'll come back to that. But the reality is, when you think about 81% of people, less than 1% of those people in America are writing a book. So there's a huge gap in that. And, someone who's gone through the book writing process myself, I know why. And those of you who have written know, because you've been working on your book for, a number of years, 2, 7, 9, whatever it is, 5 years. And so our goal is to leverage the technology in a powerful way to help cure that. And I'll share a little bit more about why that's important, particularly to me, and a little bit more of my why. And I know my colleagues will do that as well as they introduce themselves. And I think the other part of that is an extension, not only a book, but 55% of Americans think their own life is worthy of becoming a book or a movie, right? You've got something to share with the world that's really powerful. And, the idea of whether it's a personal memoir, I think, those types of things are really powerful to have as part of a legacy. So actually with that, I'm going to stop sharing just for a minute, and we're going to take a minute for introductions in terms of others that have. Well, let me start with myself, and then I'll turn it over to some other of my colleagues. So again, Dr. Eric Goodman, and part of my passion, and maybe more importantly, the why behind this, I'm a recovering academic. So I've been involved with writing, articles, book chapters, books, other things over the years. And that process can be very cumbersome, right? You all know that, and challenging as well. But my why goes back to something that I think, the mention of the personal memoir, I think is really important, because one of the things, and actually I've got it somewhere here, and I'll share this with you, because a couple of years ago, my mom had sepsis, and I wasn't sure if she was going to make it through or not. And I actually found this book. It's Mom, I Want to Hear Your Story, Mother's Guided Journal to Share Her Life and Her Love. And so she was in for months and months, almost a year in the hospital, and was there by her bedside. And we went through and captured not just this book and all these things about her life, but went well beyond that. And so I think, the ability to capture your life and your legacy is important, and having a voice and learning from that. I've been an avid reader since I was a kid. I loved reading and vicariously learning, and having read thousands of books over the years. Learning from other people's life experience, and whether it's that or fiction. Obviously, this is geared towards nonfiction, but ultimately, my why also with that idea of a voice is really important. And I'm so grateful that I actually just did this, a couple of years ago, because recently, actually within the last month, my mom passed. And now we've got these stories, and come full circle to some degree, my kids for the holiday gave me this one, Dad, for me to capture my story. And they gave one to my wife, who I've been married to for 27 years, to understand her story and capture that voice. And it doesn't have to be a book you're writing, but certainly capturing that's powerful. And the other thing that really struck me, and it was in the mid-90s, Steven Spielberg started a group called the Shoah Foundation to capture the testimonials of survivors of the Holocaust. And my grandmother was one of those. And so all those voices and all those stories are really poignant. And there's a lot of voices and stories that weren't captured. And personally, in my family, in my grandparents' family, over 100 relatives, I got the names of every one of them, who never had an opportunity to tell their story because they were killed during that Holocaust. And so to bring that to life. And then I had another experience. I was leading, I spent over a decade as a business school dean after being a professor in my PhD at CU Boulder in business. And I'm so want to always look at, how do you optimize and leverage things and take information in a way that you can apply it to make a difference in the world. And as part of that, I was at a university, and it was 13 years ago that an individual came in who happened to be a father of somebody that was going to school there and was also a Holocaust survivor. And I connected him with one of my English faculty members to write his story, to capture his story. And that never happened, unfortunately, in the past. And it always pained me that that wasn't captured. And so whether it's a life story or the greatness, the wisdom, the expertise, something that you have, and it can be your mess, your own mess, can be your message to the world, because you're a chapter ahead of somebody that's following behind you. So what does that look like? And really empowering people to get that out there is part of my passion. And it's not just in books, it's in other forms. Because I think it was Les Brown, and I saw him speak many, many years ago. And type in the chat. Some of you may have heard me share this or ask this question, because you've heard me post, but some of you I know have world travelers and you've been all around the globe. What's the wealthiest place on this planet? Type in the chat if you have an idea of where that is. If you've heard it before, please don't type it in the chat. If you heard it from me, at least. But if you have some guesses on that, and Matt, I know you mentioned you're into energy and utilities and things like that, but where is the wealthiest place on this planet? Fort Knox. I love that, Chris. Yeah, probably pretty close. Okay. Barbara, you nailed it. It's the graveyard. And that's something I heard Les share. And it's because that is where the ideas, the books that weren't written go to rest, right? Those businesses that were never started, things you never said, all that richness. And you were put on this planet for a reason. And each of you have a gift, and there's greatness within you. And it's figuring out, how do I tap into that? And how do I give that away in a way? I think it was Picasso who said, the meaning of life is to find your gift, but the purpose of life is to give it away. And for me, the book is just a starting point for you to spread your message and impact the lives of others. And I think it's Tony Robbins who said, one person you touch could have a ripple effect of touching up to 350,000 people. So wanted to share that as a way of context and, really help you. I heard your whys, so many powerful whys in terms of the difference I know each of you are going to make in the world as you get your message out there. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris O'Byrne to share a little bit of his background with you.
Thank you, Eric. And I'm going to keep it nice and short. So the short version is, grew up on a farm in Minnesota, went into the Air Force, after that I became a chemical engineer in the paper industry, and then I helped start a charter high school, and taught primarily chemistry, physics, calculus, all the fun stuff. And then at some point I just wanted to do my own thing, wanted to live where I wanted to live and do what I wanted to do. And so I kind of stumbled into it, but now for the last 18 years, I've been running my publishing company, Jet Launch Publishing. And one of the reasons I love doing this is because when I was teaching, yes, I affected quite a few people, my students and their families, but as a publisher, I am touching probably millions more than I could, because every book touches somebody, and in most of them improve your life in some way. They improve somebody's life, and then it's everybody who's affected by them and how they've been improved and how their lives have been changed. We all talk about, and we all know of books that we can tell you, oh, well, this one changed my life. This one really helped me out. This one made a big difference in my life. So that's the wonderful thing about this publishing business, is all those lives, all those messages, all the people that get touched, and the ripple effect from there. And then I started getting into AI at least 2 to 3 years ago. So I'm always an early adopter when it comes to tech stuff, and quickly realized the power of AI. And we're going to talk a little bit about, AI and writing, and, are you just going to trust what AI gives you, and is it really useful, and how, and all of those things. But I, very quickly saw what a powerful tool it was. Just like when I remember when I got my first laptop, It was an Apple PowerBook years and years ago, and it was amazing to be able to take that computer anywhere I went. Same thing when I got my first cell phone. So this is another piece of really powerful technology, and excited to show everybody how to use it, especially how to use it for your message, for your book, to help build your business. But you're also going to, especially if you haven't dived into it much, also going to see how you can use it in just about every aspect of your life. And yeah, with that, Eric, hand it back to you.
Awesome, Chris. Thank you so much. Samuel, have you share and then Mamie?
Oh, excellent. Thank you very much. So I'm Dr. Samuel Helms. By trade, I'm an educational technologist. For about 25 years, I've been teaching people how to use technology to improve performance. And that includes individuals and organizations, and helping them adopt technology to solve the problems in their organization, higher education for one. And the way I like to say it is this: if I can teach art education majors to become excited about statistics, I can teach you how to use AI. Like, if you're approaching this and if you think AI is just new, it's out of your reach, you'd never use it, perfect. That's exactly the audience I like to work with, or those that just kind of feel that resistance to, I don't understand this, how do I use it? Great, I can show you how. And when I started using AI back in 2023, when ChatGPT 3.5 came out, I remember entering my first prompt in there, and I asked it to do kind of basically part of my job for me. And when I put that in there and it gave it its response, and this is the early days of it, which, we're talking, 2 years ago now. It seems like forever ago. But when it produced that first completion, I was like, okay, this is the game changer here. This is going to change the way we approach things. This is going to change the way we work with stuff. And part of my background too is applied statistics and research methods. And I bring that into this space as well, from a qualitative and grounded theory kind of point of view. So one of the things that I see about AI is, this is why we're here, is it's great with writing. It's absolutely great with writing. Most of the traditional technology has not been. It'll do keyword searches and things like that, but it doesn't really do much with the writing. And what I really find fascinating about this, and this is where I bring the educational technologist skill set into, is, well, let's leverage this technology to really help with writing. So I was listening to the introductions. For those of you who are coming in with like scattered notes, but you don't really know what the topic is, but you have the writing, that is exactly what AI can help with. And it's a perfect tool for that. So I'm really excited about this.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Samuel. Appreciate that. Mamie.
Thanks, Dr. Eric. I'm going to start with this, guys. My commitment to you today is this: that I dream so big that I can fit your dreams in it. And today's class is all about artificial intelligence, not just for a book, guys. I want you to think bigger than a book. I want you to think about what impact you want to make in your life and in the world. Because someone in the world is waiting to hear the story that you've kept from the world. And I'm going to give you one story before I move on. I had a 10-year-old ask me, "Hey, Miss Mamie, what can a 10-year-old do? How can I make a difference in the world?" And this was Maddie. And I watched her during a seminar that I was running. And I said, "Maddie, you can do anything you want." And she was actually doing artwork. And I said, "What story would you tell if you had an opportunity to get up on that stage?" And we had about 1,000 people in that auditorium, guys. And she said, "Miss Mamie, I want to write a story about my dad." And I said, "Well, then let's write it." And the story she wanted to tell is this. She said, "Miss Mamie, my dad made a lot of mistakes and he's in prison. But I want the world to know that I love him so much because he's my dad." A year later, that 10-year-old came back to one of my workshops. And on stage, she got to share her story because she wrote a #1 bestseller that said, "Everyone makes mistakes." I'd like you to think about that. What stories can you tell? And this is the reason why you've got these gentlemen and some of our other resources here to really tell the story that people are waiting for. And I'm going to leave you with this one quote. The story that you have inside of you may unlock the prison. And it's the story that someone needs to take that step forward and into the light. And I'm hoping that your story is going to be that story that can unlock the prison for someone else. So think about it. Today, we're going to start with a book. I want you to also think about bigger things. Does that book have a course in mind? Does that book have a signature talk in mind? Does that book have a story to tell through songs? And does that book earn you the right to get up on stage so that you can ripple effect out to 350 people, 50,000 people by just saying one story? I'm Amy Lamley, and I'm here to support you today. And I'm so excited to have you all on board. Back to you, Doc.
Thank you, Mamie. I'd love to introduce Dwight and then Destiny.
Hi, everyone. Dwight Taylor here. I am a technologist made so directly by God. And what I love doing is empowering people to understand their greatness and to experience their greatness by leveraging technology. That's what I'm good at. That's what I'm here to do. And quite frankly, all of you all's stories are so compelling. I think I'm more excited for you all than I am anything else in this session because I have sort of some backroom knowledge about how successful you all are going to be in this session. And so I am really excited for all of you all. And what I would say and encourage you all is that your story, Mamie, hit it right on the head. There's somebody waiting to hear specifically what you have to offer. And so glad to be here and grateful for the opportunity and just so profoundly grateful to meet all of you.
Wonderful. And we're so grateful for you, Dwight. Thank you. Destiny.
Hi, everyone. My name is Destiny Smith. I'm here as an intern, and I'm here to just learn about the app. I've seen the behind the scenes of the app, so I'm just here to see how it's used in real time from the perspective of you all as authors. And I appreciate you guys letting me sit in and learn and observe and watch. And that's it.
Awesome. Yeah, we have some brilliant technology minds like Destiny and Dwight, so thank you for that. All right, anybody we missed? I don't think so. I think we're good on that. Let me go ahead then and set the stage a little bit more in terms of the day and what we're going to be doing. And ultimately, as we talk about our agenda, it's making sure that you have a little bit of that vision. And as you'll find, the tool, as Samuel shared, is like, it's okay if you don't have that clarity and you don't have everything dialed in, but you've got some random notes, maybe some post-it things, thoughts, will help you pull to get that together to have that vision. And then understand the power of AI in that process. And I think the other part of it is understanding AI as really a launch pad. And it's a lot of people are like, I don't want to use AI because of X. And whatever that reason is, recognizing that AI is a partner. It's an assistant to help you in the process to draw out from what you have, that greatness within. In fact, as an educator, if you look at the Latin root of education, educare, it's to draw out. It's like, and we have that within us. Each of us has that spark of light. So, and then we're going to talk about really a blueprint for brilliance. And what that refers to is if you want to create a game-changing book, this is where that little personality tool thing comes into play. And what is that DNA to actually have a message that connects with each of these different types of people? And we'll move into that. And then we're going to really launch into, well, actually, before we do that, you'll have an opportunity to get exposed to the tool. We'll create your logins. We'll talk a little bit about AI as well as, some myths around AI, if you will, and some things to optimize that. Then we'll come back to the bank methodology, which is the personality stuff. And then it's going to be basically it's a working day. We're going to be in playing with the tool. We're here to support you as a resource. There'll be some times where we have the opportunity to do at least some breakouts and other things like that as well. And yeah, you're going to have fun, because what I'm so excited about is Dwight said, you don't know what's in store. And as I was listening to what you hope to get out of today, I didn't hear anybody say something that I'm not 100% confident that we can deliver on. Like everything you said is something that you will, I think, walk away with. If maybe there's some you didn't articulate, I can't tell you, but everything that you articulate, I'm like, yeah, we got you. We got you covered. You're in amazing hands to be able to do that, to really take what may be an outline. And I heard for some of you, like, I just hope to get an outline. Well, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. You'll get more than an outline today. But we'll start with that process and helping you create some other things to set the context around your book. And then you're going to have an opportunity to really harness AI and begin not only having an outline, but creating the chapters. And granted, as you do this, know that AI doesn't know your story. So there's things that you're going to need to add in. And some of you I know already have those notes and podcasts and other things that you'll be able to put in there. But don't feel like you have to have that today. But you'll have the framework to have that first draft. And then ultimately, we'll talk about how you can then build from there to really polish it. What does it look like to take your book to market and craft a compelling business tool, really? Because your book is your brand, and it can be one of the best business building tools or personal credibility tools that's out there. And it really doesn't matter what it is in terms of, what your niche is or what your story. Even as you've talked about, there's at least one person that needs to hear what you have to say, and they can learn from that in a powerful way. And the thing about a book, when I think about as a business strategist, the things I've taught over the years and everything else, it boils down to leadership. And what is that? And in this case, thought leadership, and what you can bring to a particular topic or area. And then, of course, it goes beyond that with some of the things that I was talking about with preserving a history and learning from others, having that legacy. But the credibility, the visibility, the impact, the influence, and of course, income's always a nice thing to have too. That can be a byproduct of writing your book. So we're going to be getting into that in more detail. So with that, when we talk about setting the stage, and in a minute, I'm going to invite Samuel to share a little bit more about AI and some things to be thinking about and to prepare you for when you actually do start using and interacting with the tool. But I remember I was talking at Denver Startup Week. I did actually this year, but the year before I was talking about AI, and people had a lot of concerns about, fearing AI. And what that looks like. And I can remember saying a couple of years ago, you don't need to fear AI. And because people were like, oh, I'm going to lose my job. AI is going to replace me. And at that point in time, I was saying, no, AI is not going to replace you, but the person who knows how to use AI is. And I think my thinking has evolved since then, because you start seeing the writing on the wall. And I think it was Peter Diamandis who said, by the end of this decade, there's going to be two types of businesses, those that are using AI and those that don't exist. And I'm pretty confident of that. I mean, I think when you start looking at, yes, there's some products or services or things like that. But I remember when the internet came out, and I was a business school dean and, late 90s, and people were like, oh, we need to create this, and at least start looking at it from a curriculum perspective. Maybe we need to have an e-marketing course or an operations, an EHR, an e-legal thing, like everything embracing the internet because it's going to have an impact. I'm like, you guys don't get it. Like, this is like the new model. It's like electricity. The CEO talked about at Google, like AI is bigger than electricity, and it's going to permeate everything. And it's like hard to think back to like life without the internet now. It's ubiquitous in every business in some way, shape, or form. For the most part, yeah, I've been in some Amish country in Pennsylvania, maybe not so much the internet, but in general, it's all over. And so at any rate, we'll talk about that. And so with that, I invite you to really step into this new paradigm and thinking about what you see today. There's so much more beyond just this tool that you'll have access to that we can help support you with. So with that, Samuel, I'm going to turn it over to you and share a little bit, and then get into the tool itself with Dwight. So
thank you so much. Actually, I just noticed there was one person that joined after the introductions. Annette, would you want to do one more introduction, so then I'll jump in?
Yeah.
Later,
So
I'm
all the beauty. Sorry. So I'm a coach helping women heal pain and from their pain into purpose. And I have had this book on my heart for the past 30 years. I'm a 6 times cancer survivor. I went into chronic pain right after that. And so it took me about 20 years to get out of chronic pain. And now I'm ready to really come out and really have this book so I can help others be able to transform and transmute painful situations, whether it's health or life, into the gold of their life. So and I'm so excited to be here. I have 1,000 papers, Eric, everywhere. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I don't know how I'm going to pull everything together, but I'm really excited about today.
Yeah, that's awesome. I think you'll be surprised by that. So Samuel, thank you for recognizing that she had come in after that. All right. So Samuel, would you like to talk a little bit about AI and concerns about AI, in particular, how to interact with it, but I think even more broadly, concerns about AI, plagiarism and voice and, like other things like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a great introduction. Sorry, my internet, I don't know if my internet's glitchy or not. Everything if everyone else froze. So, okay, so it must be me that's frozen, not the rest of the world. So apologies if it kind of glitches in and out here, but yes, that is a big concern. And as we talk about it more and more, so the 3 kind of main topics that I hear about that are, yes, plagiarism. There's also a concern with what's called hallucinations with AI, which is where it makes up something that's very plausible, but it is in fact made up. As it gets more creative with it making up, it's more obviously made up, but it can slip under the radar really easily. And then bias is another one I hear a lot about. So let me just kind of take it from the top. When it comes to the plagiarism aspect of it, that's the analogy I use, and this is what I would like you to kind of think about as you're using this tool and as you're working with it to write your book. My undergrad is an English major, English lit major, so I tend to think in metaphors and analogies and stuff. I'm just used to that. So I think of it as you're the captain of your ship. AI is the ship that you are driving, but you are steering it. You are pointing it in whatever direction you want it to go. Your North Star, in that sense, if we continue this metaphor, the North Star in that sense would be your why. What is it you're trying to accomplish with this? Where are you going? What is it? Do not let the AI tell you what to do. You tell it what to do. So the way I say that, so what I mean by that is, so as you're going through the process, interact with it like you're interacting with a person. Tell it what you enjoy. It's like, yes, that was good. So for example, let me give you an example kind of how I would put something in there. So let's say when you're writing it gives you some example of a piece of your writing, a few paragraphs, let's say. And then you can say, yes, I like that. I would say, well, I like the general direction of it, but I want to add more about this particular experience. That whole exact phrase. This is what I like. This is what I would like to change. And it will remember that. It will remember what you said. It's AI generally it's a helpful assistant. That's what it's kind of told to be, is a helpful assistant. So when you tell it something like, yes, that's what I like, this is what I don't, it will help. That's how you kind of steer the ship, so to speak. It will try to do more things that it knows that you like. So it will continue on that path. So as you're going through that, think of this as back and forth. So that's one of the reasons that it's designed as a chat interface. Like you'll see some other products where it's written just prompts, where all the writing is being done by the AI for you. But because of this back and forth that this tool will allow, you can tell it things like just what I said. Yes, I like that. No, I don't like this. Let's add more here. Let's take this away. Let's save this for a different chapter. I like this, but let's save it. We'll remember it and we'll bring it back in later. So these are all like very, very helpful tips. So you're thinking about it the reason I say that is I'm kind of thinking about it like I'm working with a person, not with a machine, which can be a little unnerving at times because it's a machine, but it understands natural language. So as you're telling it what, write as if you were talking to a person, will actually understand that better than if you give it, like you would type into a computer or something like that. So that would be one way I would approach it. So maintain the captain of your own ship. Remember, you can tell it no, you can tell it, I want to redo this. That's not the direction I have in mind. Let's start from here. Let's revisit something from earlier. So this is how you're maintaining control. What I try to get avoid doing, as at least for a long period of time, is prompts that are just like, yes, proceed, go, next, things like that, because now it's just going to steamroll whatever you want it to do. So you could do that a few times if it's on the right track. And as you get the initial kind of feedback in there, you'll be able to do that more and more, but maintain control of it. So that's with the plagiarism aspect. That will help a lot. Give it your own information to start with, which many of you have already done, and that will help prevent a lot of the plagiarism too, because it's going to pull from that. In this process, also, you will also want it to write in your own style, not in its sort of generic ChatGPT style, right? Well, a lot of us, there's the criticism that goes around. It's like, if you're looking at like online posts, if you're used to kind of using AI, you can pick out the ones that are written by AI. Like, yeah, that has a very familiar sound, a very familiar style, and all this kind of stuff. So if you have your own documents that you're loading in there, tell it, analyze these documents and mimic my writing style going forward. Just tell it that straightforward, and it will start doing that. And if it ever gets off track again, remind it, take a look at my documents and please use my writing style going forward. And it does a shockingly good job of that, of mimicking your own writing. That's what the feedback that we've heard from previous workshops as well. So let's see, the other thing with hallucinations that ultimately is on the responsibility of the user. I would never advise taking what this produces and publishing it. Always, always, always proofread it. Always proofread it. Like, if I were getting this from another person, I would proofread it. It's the same thing, right? So, and just making sure that it's saying what I would like to actually say, especially with some of the book topics that I've heard mentioned, where they're very personal stories. You're talking about your personal journey. You're talking about how it's going to help others. So definitely proofread it. And certain aspects of it might be easier just to correct in, after the fact, rather than trying to bump heads with AI after a while. It's just like a sentence or two. It's like, yeah, I'll just correct that later. That would be one thing I would advise as well on that piece. Lastly, with the bias, I would say give it a bias. Tell it what its bias should be. So one of the things that I've learned is from qualitative research is one of the first things we're taught as a qualitative researcher is every researcher is coming to the field with a bias, period. And that bias is based on your personal experience. There's no way you can outthink it. There's no way you can get out of it. It's ingrained in us as childhood. It's just the way it is. So what to do then is in research is to state it overtly, put it out there. Okay, this is my experience. This is my background. This is how I'm approaching this. That way the reader can kind of make a choice, right? So in this case with the AI, you want to tell it what its role is, tell it what it's doing. Say, hey, you were writing this book. This is what this book is about. I want you to adopt this viewpoint, which is your viewpoint, right? Because you're the author. Say, this is my viewpoint. This is the viewpoint I want you to give it. So you're telling it how to be biased in a sense. It's like, this is the lens through which I want you to look at this. And that's going to make that far more powerful. And it will be gathering information from your documents and from others. Remember, it can't search the web, but it will pull from its training memory, which includes everything on the web, circa like mid 2024 probably. So it will kind of pull in some extra things for research and whatnot. But if you give it that bias, it will help you kind of pull things in. The other thing I would recommend along those lines to cover kind of all three of those is tell it straight out to always cite its sources. Always cite its sources. If it's not coming from your documents, always say where it's from. And that way you can check. It will, and one of the reasons I add that in there is just kind of a best practice with AI, whether we're talking ChatGPT, Bard, any of these other ones. It won't do that by default. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. So even if it does give you a quote, it won't tell you that. It doesn't know it's plagiarizing, it's just giving you a quote. So those are kind of the three areas that I would approach it as. Think about maintain control, be a captain of your own ship here, steer the direction of this conversation. Tell it to use your own writing as a style to which to mimic, so it sounds like your own book. And third, give it that role. Tell it what you're doing and why, and give it that bias, so to speak, so it can write in that same light. And if there's any other questions, I'm happy to take that, but I'll turn it back over.
Okay, thank you, Samuel. Great insights and tips for us to all consider. So with that, actually, when we talk about your creativity and bringing your voice to the world, what we want to do is share with you now a little bit more insight in terms of the tool itself. And so with that, and I'll actually put this in the chat as well, but if you please go ahead and visit this link, and then I'm going to turn over to Dwight. He's actually going to do a screen share and walk you through the tool. We're talking about some of the things Samuel mentioned, but obviously most of you have completed the ideal client worksheet, or at least have some ideas about your ideal client and what problem you're solving for and things like that. And then, as Samuel indicated, like that writing sample, notes you might have, and so forth. So with that, I'm going to go ahead, Dwight, and turn it over to you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Eric. I'm going to share my screen really quick and we'll run through how to use the app. It's pretty straightforward. Hopefully someone can confirm that you all can actually see the app on my screen. Yes?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep.
wonderful. Thank you so much. All right. Pretty simple homepage, right? 6-hour book writing revolution has begun. You should give yourself a hand because you're part of the revolution. All right. Pretty simple, right? 3 buttons here before you're logged in. Home, which will bring you back to this page. Log in, which of course, once you create an account, will allow you to log in, and then sign up. Most of you all are going to start with sign up. If you want to do that now, be my guest. The sign up form is pretty simple. First name, last name. I'm actually going to simulate creating an account here. I'll give it a new email address, enter in a password. This is 0.1 version of this app. And so we don't require strong passwords right now, but everything is encrypted from the time that you enter it, even as it stays in the database. So you can enter whatever password you like. Please note, future versions of the tool will require strong passwords, but right now they're not strong. So enter a password, press sign up. What's going to happen, what you'll see when you press sign up is that we're creating your account and we're creating your personal GPT assistant. That means this assistant is going to begin to learn from the information that you provide to it, back to Samuel's points. Okay. All right. When you get logged in, and of course, if you have any questions, I will be here for all questions. I do have to step out in about 51 minutes or so. I'll be back. I have a meeting I have to attend, and I'll be back after that. But to answer any questions that you might have or troubles that you run into while you're using the app. Okay, so once you're logged in, you have home, publishing and beyond, my books, and log out. Publishing and beyond is a page for information that you will be important to you after you get your first draft of your book. So I encourage you, I'm not going to go through that right now, but I encourage you all to review that once you're done with the workshop. My books is the page you can always come back to once you're logged in that will bring you back to your books. And so I'm going to explain, what do you mean, my books? I only have one book right now. Okay. And then log out is simply log out. First thing you need to do, or I would recommend doing, is create a book. And you can do that by just saying, this is my first book. This particular book is not the actual book for the book that you're writing, right? It's sort of a label for a book that you're working on. Let's phrase it that way, right? And so we built the tool so that you can work on multiple books and keep that information and all of the interactions for that book within a single book, right? So I'm just going to call this Dwight's first book. Okay. You click create book. What that's going to do then is give you a book icon here, right? This is your book, right? And so this is the book that you're working on. If I create a second book, it'll give me, of course, another book icon. As you interact with the tool, all of the history, and I'll demonstrate this in a second, all of the history and all of the information that you share with the tool and all of your interactions are kept relative to that book, right? All right, so I'm going to click open my book. You'll get a screen that says, okay, we're initializing your book, and you'll come to the main screen. Now, this is the screen that you're going to be working on for the majority of today's session, right? It's the screen that gives you a link to the iCal and allows you to give some feedback on the app, but the majority of you are going to spend time in this area right here, right? And so when you come in, the app, by default sends the information to your ChatGPT assistant, telling the assistant, okay, I'm ready to write my book. And you can see here, this is the response. This is wonderful to hear. I'm excited to help you with your book. To get started, can you please share your name so I can personalize our conversation, right? And so what I'm going to do is go over this screen. This area here is where you are going to enter the information that Samuel recommended you enter, right? This is where you're going to give your assistant, your personal book writing assistant, instructions on how to help you go from step one, step two, what you wanted to write, how you wanted to write, how you wanted to review your information and that information, right? The button below there is how you then send your information to the assistant for it to process your request, whatever you've asked. Below that, you'll see the area where you can upload your files, okay? And I'm going to demonstrate this. We'll grab a couple of files here. You can upload the document types that you see there. In the event that someone encounters an area uploading a document, my encouragement would be that error is usually caused by Word documents that have Unicode characters inside of them. Don't worry about what all of that means. But if you encounter that, what I would encourage you to do is, especially if it's a Word document that you're trying to upload, open the Word document on your computer, save it as a PDF, and then upload it again. If you upload it again, the likelihood is you'll get past whatever that error is, okay? So you see I have two documents attached here. I'm going to say my name is Puttentane, and I'm uploading my docs. Now this is a test, so let's have some fun, right? All right, so you'll upload your docs, and which is what I'm doing now. And those docs that I just uploaded, they're pretty large. So I don't think there shouldn't be any concern that you should have. And when you upload docs, it is a process. And what's happening when you upload your docs is the assistant is not only receiving your document, but it's taking time to read your document. So if this is taking time, and this is a special note here, right? If you have 40, 50 documents, right? It can be a process to get those documents uploaded, right? So I do want you to be aware of that. The assistant is taking time. All of your other interactions are not going to take that amount of time, but your documents are significant. And the reason that's important is you don't want the assistant going forward without processing your documents first, right? You want it to read your documents and internalize all of that information before we proceed forward. Hello, Puttentane. It's great to meet you. I'll be here to assist you every step of the way. Please go ahead and upload your documents. Once I have them, we can start by creating a chapter outline. If you have any specific ideas, notes about your ideal client, their struggles, and how to solve those, please feel free to share. Now, I'm going to tell the agent I've already uploaded my documents. Please confirm you received them. And let's see what my assistant comes back with, because those documents were definitely uploaded. I've received your documents. Let's get started by reviewing the information from your iCal based on your appropriate documents. Ideal client. This is not explicitly mentioned in the snippets provided. Let's see. First tool. So please, let me say this. Please check again for for Darlin iCal.docx. All right, let's see what it comes back, because that's the name of the document that I uploaded. Okay, we just hit something I haven't seen before. So let's see what happened. What's happening here? I'm gonna upload my documents as effective solutions and strategies. I'm gonna upload my documents as PDFs. Those same 2 documents. Let me try this. My documents. All right, let's see how fast it processes those docs. So in testing the tool, we did encounter where if documents have Unicode characters inside, we haven't solved this glitch of reading the documents or getting the documents uploaded so that the assistant can read it. I am hoping most documents don't have these things. These are things like putting fractions, Unicode character for a fraction, and some hidden characters. Most documents don't have them. But if you do have them, saving as PDF is a way that we found to work around that. And we'll see what the assistant says. It shouldn't take too long from now for those documents to get uploaded. All right, so let's see. Yeah. These are not the topics in my iCal. Please review Darlin iCal.pdf. Let's see if the assistant can see that document. And by the way, if you mistype a spelling, your assistant is smart enough to correct the spelling for you and get your request right. So, and I mistype things all the time while I'm typing. Right, so evidently it's reading that document. So let's see. Oh, wow. We've got something new happening here. I've never seen this.
Yeah, that's different.
Okay,
Yeah.
let me finish going through how to use the tool, and then we'll get in and see how everyone's response, how everyone's interaction is with their documents. So that's basically that side. On this side, of course you'll get, your chat, your prompt. Above each one of your prompts or the assistant's prompt, what you have is 2 icons that allow you to both copy whatever is in the section below it, whatever information is in the section below it, to your clipboard. So clicking the clipboard icon will copy it to your clipboard so that you can then, and I'll show you how to do this. Let's open up a new Word document. Once you copy to your clipboard, it'll say copied, and then all you have to do is go to document of your choice and paste. And so it copies that information into your document from the assistants. Sorry about that, from the assistant here. All right, so if I copied, I'm ready to write my book, and then I go into that document. Let's get all of that out of there. Yeah. Now it's pasting in HTML, it's pasting in the HTML code, but another opportunity that you have with the app is just downloading a document. And so if you click the hand that's pointing down, it downloads the document and it gives you an opportunity to name the document before you download it. Let's call this first response. What's happening here? Okay. Okay, there's my download. It's downloading multiple files. Not sure why it's doing that. Save. So there's that document there. So let's open up that document and see what's in there. Yeah. So here's the prompt inside of the document here. Now I'm curious as to whether everyone else is getting that multiple prompts or not.
I don't know if anyone else is tracking with, and don't feel like you have to right now because we'll come back and give you time to do this, but I'm not seeing, I haven't run into any of those. I started a fresh new book with the ideal client and stuff, and I'm downloaded a section and I didn't get multiple. Is anyone else experiencing any of these other things that he's seeing?
Right.
Anyone else actually working through in parallel, multitasking? Anybody else trying that? Yet?
Anybody have a challenge? Has anybody created their account? And is anybody having challenges creating it? So I guess, so just from the demo perspective, that's the demo, right? Yep. I don't think there's anything else that I needed to share about the demo except for the challenge with uploading docs. Wow, that was really interesting. Out of all the stuff, all the testing that we've done, I've never seen that behavior.
Yeah. Yep. So there's a reply in the chat from Karen. Thank you for sharing what you're seeing, where it's Wonderful. You uploaded it, but it's not acknowledging it, and it asks to share the details from that. And Karen, was that a Word doc, PDF document?
It's a Word doc, and I just now saved it as a PDF. So let me see if I get the same.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try a new book with PDF docs.
Can I remove the old doc, the Word doc, if I'm gonna now upload a PDF, or do I just leave the Word doc in there?
No, I mean, you mean in the file name that you're uploading?
Yeah, like right now I'm just uploading the ideal client worksheet. So I've uploaded it as a Word document. It says we don't see it. So now just upload the PDF. I don't need to remove the Word document that's in there.
No, you don't need to remove the Word document. It's a great question. Yes. Okay, so that worked. So I just created my second book and uploaded my iCal in a Word document. It correctly pulled out everything, gave me my iCal, and it gave me my chapters. So, what am I going to recommend? Here's what I'm going to recommend. Because we can do multiple books. If you encounter uploading your Word documents and it cannot read your Word documents, if that's what you encounter, what I'm going to encourage everyone to do is, and if you need help doing that, just let us know. I can talk you through how to do that. But saving your Word document as a PDF and then creating another book. Remember, those titles that you create with those books are just titles to track the book. They're not actually your book title. The assistant is going to help you work on a book title. And then upload your PDFs to a second book. And then work on that second book going forward during the workshop.
Sounds great, Dwight. Also, Matt has a question. He's raised his hand.
Absolutely. How can I help, Matt?
Thank you.
Sure.
Dwight. So 2 or 3 questions. One, I put a question in the chat before that Eric, I think, answered, and that is, this writer workshop AI assistant that you're introducing us to in this workshop, is your own large language model, or does it draw on ChatGPT, or what's the difference? That's number one. And two, I'm a very trusting soul, but I want to ask the question, if I put my documents in here, they're still mine and they're not yours. And that if I want to later move them out, they're there, and any derivative works that come from them are still mine as well. Is that right?
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
And
So let
if
me
you're a
answer.
fee, I
Yes.
know, and what I've learned is in playing around with ChatGPT, my personal experience based upon some research that I've done is that the fourth question is the best. So I ask a question like Sam Helm said before, then I said, tell me more. And I said, but that's now what are the counter arguments to that? And then how would you summarize that? And then what is the learning from all of this? By the time I get to the fourth or fifth question, I really get a thread of wisdom that I'd like. That all that process in this large, and when I get to the next question, it says you've exceeded your capacity for ChatGPT. Do you want to upgrade to a paid service? Is that going to happen here as well? So talk to me a little bit about the economics of that.
Sure. So I'm not sure I can talk about economics. Our hope is that it will not happen, right? So what we've built is we've built a system where your information is retained. That's number one, which helps the assistant write better for you, first and foremost. The information that you upload does belong to you and it can be deleted. So it doesn't become the domain of the large language model or anything like that, right? It is in a physical assistant that the administrators of this platform, myself and others, can actually wipe out at your request. Because this is version 0 of this new platform, right? We don't have those web-based facilities to do that, but at your request, we could do it, right? And so that answers that question. Relative to the fourth question being the best question, I would say yes, because it's not, the platform that we built is not directly agentic in nature, but the assistant is smart enough for the information that you upload and your interaction to learn from those interactions because the entire history is kept. And that's one of the things I mentioned about my book, right? So for this first thing, you can see how many interactions we've had, right? And so if I just click that book, all of those interactions are here. And so these interactions here, the agent is fully aware of, right? So this entire conversation is kept. Now, when you work with large language models or you work with the UI front end of those models, like with ChatGPT, if you're not paying, those conversations slow down your computer and stuff like that. With the app that we've built, you should not experience that. Okay, that's
So it's an obvious,
yes.
Insight for me to say, do what I want in the platforms that I want. Take it to ChatGPT, take it to Bard, take it to Miro, play around with things, get it done, then move it here where I'm trying to now publish.
Perfect.
Okay.
I would say do that. I would say that 100%. Stretch this tool to the limit that you believe you can, because it just helps, right? It's going to help form another tool. Let me answer your question about the large language model question. We are using large language models, and as Samuel mentioned, the utility that we're using has access to the internet with some cutoff ranges and information like that. And so the more you are specific, the more you are direct with what you want the assistant to do, the better. Okay. I don't want to talk too much about price and all of that because that's really not my space. I'll leave that to others to talk about. And I want to make sure that I've answered all your questions. Is there another question that you asked that I did not answer?
No, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely, Matt. Absolutely. Kim, did you have a question? Go right ahead. Hi.
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 I actually struggled with trying to write my book with AI in the past because of the level of censorship in regards to my subject that I'm writing about.
Okay.
So I'm trying to see if I could speak on that through this AI tool. And that if there's like any level of censorship, like what can I put in there and what can I not? That it will just like for instance, in the past when I've used AI, it would literally just block me. It wouldn't even write anything. It would just say this message was removed due to censorship or due to triggering of some sort. And I'm really trying to write something that's less triggering. So I'm writing it in a humorous way, like I'm adding a lot of humor to it, to take away from the level of trauma that people might experience from reading bits and pieces of the book. Is there like a level of censorship on this app? And if so, like at what point would I be expecting
The first thing I'm going to say is I want to yield your question to we have some PhDs in the room. I'm not one of those. So I lean on them, but here's what I'm going to encourage you to do. Number one, test this tool. Because you have a personal GPT, I'm anticipating that you're not going to get the same thing you might get with a publicly available UI in terms of the censorship thing. I don't know that for sure, so I'm encouraging you to explore things that became a brick wall in your other endeavors to engage with AI. Okay, let's use this tool and see how it responds. Relative to censorship and that specific topic, I'm going to yield to someone else
Sure.
to answer that question. Yeah.
Yeah. So Kim, what I would suggest is exactly to dovetail on Dwight is interacting with that. You saw as Samuel was talking about, like, have a conversation with it and explain, like, this is a sensitive subject. I want to prevent the content from being censored or whatever. But I think it's instructing it, as you're right, write in with a balance of humor and empathy to make it approachable and engaging, and do it in maybe a lighter, humorous tone or whatever else you want to say, but also suggest language techniques or wording that would avoid misinterpretation or unintended offense or things like that. So there's a way of doing that, and the tone to ensure sort of the diversity of audience. And at some point later, as we get into working with stuff, we can create a breakout room where you can hop in with one of us and we can actually go a little deeper into that to see. But I'm sort of aligned with Dwight. I think based on the way the tool is developed, I think in a thoughtful way, I don't think you'll run into as many issues in terms of actually the creation and some of that approach. But I need to learn more content or context around, like, okay, what you've been doing historically and how is that different? Because there are certainly some things that a lot of those models in the public sphere run into for good reason in terms of censorship and things like that. So, I mean, the other thing is you can even say, like, I'm working to make sure that this content is presented in a way that isn't going to raise concerns about censorship. What do you suggest? How would I craft this in that way? Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Sure.
And I'll just dovetail on that real quick. That's a great point, Eric. To talk kind of where the censorship is coming from, it's the guardrails that these the companies put on. So in this case, like if we're talking ChatGPT, it's OpenAI, right? We've encountered that. We encountered that before. There was another writer who was writing about sensitive material, and ChatGPT would routinely just say no, or wouldn't really address it. It would kind of dance around it. It wouldn't talk about it. It would be as vague as possible about the topic, but it wouldn't actually go into detail. And yes, those are what they call the guardrails that they put on from OpenAI, and a lot of.
Anyone else lose Sam from that?
Yeah.
Okay.
To a degree, can be stricter or not. However, not that we don't call to the same thing that ChatGPT does. Like, so when you go into ChatGPT and you're working with that, that's working with a different system than what this doing in the background. So it might not have the same guardrails. If it does, I imagine that there's some in there somewhere that would eventually pop up and it would caution you on it. And that's what I'll second what Eric was saying too. That's a great point, is to give it the context of what you're doing. To say, no, I'm not trying to, make this triggering. I'm trying to use this in a different way. help me work with it, suggest different ways of doing it. So that's what I mean, like talk to it kind of like a person. So then it knows, oh, okay, you're not just trying to get like, because what it's trying to guard against is just giving you triggering or, you know, some kind of material that the OpenAI people are like, okay, well, this might be a little bit too much. So if you tell it what you're doing and why, that can help it like understand how to present it and get around that. Like, that's a great question. That's a great question. Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions right now? And I guess going back to a question, if you can, with probably just a thumbs up is probably the easiest. You know, let's test your ability to use reaction buttons, the thumbs up on the bottom. If you're able to log into your account, to create an account, give me a thumbs up real quick, just so I can see that. Or virtual, physical, just thumbs up, just sort of scanning. Okay. And is there anybody that is not able to create an actual account and at least get that part started right now? And if so, just probably easiest type in the chat, like, no, I can't. Or, you know, let us know if you have not yet created an account or ran into any challenges. That way we can make sure Dwight has that insight as well. But so far it seems like everybody's able to do that. Okay, that's great. So thank you, Karen, for letting us know the PDF worked, and awesome. And love that you're commanding your ship.
I'm so excited.
Excellent. Okay, let's do this. I think that while you're doing that, let's give a little bit of space. I know Dwight's got another commitment at the top of the hour, I believe, right?
Yes, yes.
What we want to do is let's just take, we've been sitting now, or however, maybe if you got a stand-up desk, which I'll use throughout the day as well. Very helpful to have both. But ultimately, want to invite you to take a bio break. Let's do that and make sure, and then it'll actually give us an opportunity. If anyone needs to connect directly with any of us during the break, I'm here, I'm available. Just shoot me a quick message in the chat and we can hop into a breakout room. But otherwise, let's take a break. And I think that it's about, it's what, 26 till. Let's come back 5 before the hour, because that way I want to make sure, Dwight, that you have an opportunity to get back into whatever your commitment is, but also that we can regroup right before that. So let's take that type of a break. And, you know, we're here to support you. If anyone has questions, feel free. We're just going to pause the recording right now.
The recording has stopped.
That way, if you're not already en route to your computer, please come back and join us. Want to do a quick check and just make sure. I saw a number of people that looks like everyone's on track, at least what we're seeing on the back end with getting into your account, getting your book created and everything else, but wanted to just see if there's any questions, any unanticipated issues that anybody ran across. If so, please raise your hand or just come on mic, and we definitely want to make sure that you have everything you need. That's what we're seeing. At least it looks like that's happening on our end. Anybody need anything? Run into anything? Okay, fantastic. And it looks like I know there's a couple people that are off camera.
This meeting is being recorded.
So kind, if you are back, if you can come on camera, just so I know that you're back. We want to make sure that everyone has the benefit of hearing and engaging with the information that we have. Okay, awesome. So with that, what we would like to do now is pivot, and thank you, Dwight, for going over all that information and making sure that everybody's good to go. We actually, can I upload Google Drive link? What you can do, you can upload not the whole drive, like a link to the drive. It's not going to be able to read that, Annette. But if there's Google Documents that you have in that, you should be able to, you know, do that. It's right now at least that type of a process. That is a capability that we talked about. And just as an FYI, I think there was a question in the chat about PowerPoints and being able to upload other types of documents. That is not native in the system. We do have that on our roadmap of development to be able to do that, and graphics and other types of images. And we do have some other things that where we have a tool that can go out and, you know, go to a link and do some things, but it's not integrated into this tool yet. So some future enhancements for sure. What we want to do is talk a little bit about the ability. Let me just go ahead actually and start the recording. So again, with writing a book that's going to resonate with most of the audience, we want to spend a little bit of time talking about a methodology, which was a report that you've got about yourself. And it is really a blueprint for creating a game-changing book. And actually, before I go into that though, Chris, maybe what you could do is share just a little bit about your experience with the bank system, if you don't mind, as somebody who's, you know, published 15,000 plus books and know the formula, the DNA for what makes a great book and how a bank can actually take that to the next level.
I like it. Oh, you a little bit more? So yes, I learned about bank from Dr. Goodman, went through the training, and I went through the 3-day training for it. And that was when I really saw the potential and how powerful that system was. Because I immediately, I mean, I was excited because it was going to help me, you know, with my sales game. It was going to help me with communicating and connecting with everybody, not just people who are like me. But then I very quickly saw, wow, this is the perfect system for books as well, because it's all about learning how to communicate with everybody, whether they're just like you or they're not. And as I started using it and I started creating prompts and I started adding it to, because I've been using AI for writing for about 1.5 years now, and really fine tuning it. I've done my 3rd book now with using AI, and we'll talk about that at some other time today. But what I've really learned also is you're going to get out whatever it is you put into it. And so when I started adding prompts that asked for bank to be incorporated specifically into different areas, then it really changed my writing quite a bit. It also changed how engaging my writing was and how well people connected with the writing, and not just the writing, because then now they're connecting with me. Whenever you connect with writing, you're really connecting with the author. And so I think I'm going to leave it at that for now, Eric.
Sure.
But it's definitely a game changer, not just for writing my books, but then how I interacted business and personally.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that. So just a little bit by way of background, that methodology, bank, was developed by a company called Codebreaker Technologies. And I had the opportunity many years ago, pre-COVID, to work with them as a business strategist. And one of the things that I saw as I looked at the tool was the potential to translate that using other additional technologies. So it had suggested that they could create an AI tool as well, which is something else that they've since done. They actually rolled that out before COVID. But they're considered the world leader in personality coding technology. And it's something that cuts across, as Chris said, it's something that not only is beneficial for book writing, personally and professionally, in communication, business relationships, emotional intelligence, leadership, a lot of different areas. And I want to share something with you real quick, because this was actually a tool that was developed for sales originally. And so that's why I wanted to share this quote from the Challey Group based on research that they've done decades ago. And it's still, a lot of other research validates it. But they said only 18% of buyers will buy from a salesperson who doesn't match the buyer's personality type, versus 82% success when personality types are aligned. So translate that into your reader. Only 80% of my readers are going to buy what I'm saying if I don't match, right? Versus 82% if I match who they are, what's important to them. That's why this is such a powerful tool in sales. And I was at a university where we actually had a major in sales. And so I did a deep dive into these different methodologies. But the trick is that most of these, in sales in particular, they say sales is a number game. Just have hard skin, go for the no, things like that. But the reality is sales isn't a numbers game. It's a people game. And it's the same thing as an author connecting with your audience and your reader in a powerful way. Tony Robbins said, let your prospect determine your presentation. I had the opportunity to do a firewalk with Tony back in 1987, believe it or not. Small hotel parking lot, and went on to study this whole field of neuro-linguistic program, which is certainly relevant for what we're talking about. I became a practitioner, master practitioner, and obviously your brain linguistics is using language and programming how our brain and our language influences all that we do in the world. It's our internal operating system. So now fast forward to AI, and now we have the ability to use something that can do the same, but really enhanced in a way, in making sure that our message is going to resonate with our prospect. And I liken it to this. Each of these different personas have different values: a blueprint, action, nurturing, and knowledge. And we're going to walk through them so that at least you have some backdrop. Obviously, you have the report you can go back and look at. And there was some in the email that you had received, additional narrative and tips and tricks on clues. It was designed originally around networking and languages to use and some things, but the same thing applies in the writing process, because the most common mistake is you're delivering the message how you would want to hear it, right? You write in a certain style, and it's almost as if each of these are different languages. So when you meet somebody that speaks the same as you, 1 out of 4, statistically, just let's say, you deliver the right message or the right script to that same person. But for those other people, they're speaking a different language. 3 out of 4 times, you're delivering the wrong script. I remember reading a book by John Gray, Men Are From Mars, Women Are From Venus, similar concept to that. And I want to share this because I think, even though it was in the context of sales, as what Chris was talking about, it gives you an idea of, imagine being able to achieve equivalent numbers and impact with the book that you're writing. And I'll give you a little context. I was on the board of a local chamber. This individual had an accounting bookkeeping firm and was actually the treasurer of the chamber. And I started working with her for strategic planning. And we introduced bank, and she was as an accountant, a lot of accountants, not all, but most are not necessarily people, and not that you have to be a people person, but in terms of sales, and that she was the rainmaker, if you will. So I wanted you to hear what she had to say. And let me know if you can, just with the thumbs up, if you can. Well, actually, I know, I'm pretty sure. I'm going to make sure that I put on the sound share, because I don't know that I did that. So just to make positive that I did, I will just take a second to do that and reshare it, and then we'll play this. So that was easy enough. All right.
Hi, I'm Joanna with LJ Group, and bank code has been astronomical for my business. We originally were onboarding 1 to 2 clients a month, and now we're onboarding anywhere from 7 to 9 clients a month. Because of the rapid growth, the unexpected rapid growth, not really truly 100% believing that this was going to work, we've actually now had to decrease our marketing budget because we have such a large influx of new clients. So it's been great. So we went originally from averaging about 25% of our sales close rate to now anywhere between 75 to 80%. And it's been great. BankCode is the best. You should definitely try it.
So imagine being able to engage not just 25% of the readers that pick up your book, but 80% or more, and the power of them.
Hi, I'm Joanna.
I wanted to share somebody else who attended one of our live book writing workshops, who's a ghostwriter. So she helps people write books. That's how she earns her livelihood, and talking about bank and her approach to writing.
Not a writer, get that information out. So as a someone who's interviewing, if I go through an interview process, if I'm looking at blogs that you've written or workshops that you've done or whatever, I'm going to take that information and I'm going to understand your code, first of all, and I'm going to understand your audience. But then using Bank, I can actually help you expand that and help you, as Mamie said, reach a broader audience with your message. And a big part of what I really like people to understand about this too is to not be intimidated by having to learn a new code or be a different person. What I'm able to do through the ghostwriting process is find pieces of you who might be a different code that you can add naturally into your language. You don't have to pretend you're a blueprint if you're an action. You just have to find pieces because we're all each a part. We have a part of each code in us. So it's finding those words that resonate with you and don't feel uncomfortable or don't feel unnatural to you, and blending that kind of personality into your writing, if that makes sense.
Because you go through all four of them, you always see something, you think, oh, I'm a red, I'm a yellow, whatever. And then the others, you go, but wait a minute, I do see blue. Well, I'm a green.
Yeah.
I see parts and pieces everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So you get a sense of the applicability of this tool, and it's something that, again, can impact your influence and income dramatically. And I invite you to think about it really as, well, it's a lens through which we can understand ourselves, and then others, and increase really our EQ, our emotional intelligence. But with that, what we want to do is walk through the system, just high-level overview, how it relates directly to writing as well, but also, you know, for the report that you received, I invite you as we go through this to think about whether it's yourself or people you know for each of these different personality types that really epitomize it. Now, granted, we're a little bit of everything. We all have different elements, but to varying degrees. So it's really important to understand that and how we actually communicate with others. And in your report, just quickly, the first two positions, there's what motivates you, what influences you. The third position is typically how you respond under stress. So as you go back and reflect on that, or as you listen, you can pay attention and make sure that that fits with you. And then the last position indicates what's just the least important to you. And I think about this because Roosevelt said, nobody cares how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think one of the ways of communicating that is taking the time to really connect with somebody. And if you think about these as almost a different language, and Blueprint being the first one that we'll talk about there, it's almost like that's English, maybe action is French, or you got German, Spanish. If each of these were a different language, and you take the time to actually understand how to speak that language. I know I've traveled internationally. I was just in Mexico last month. It's like even just brushing up on a little bit of Spanish, and when you're interacting with someone, people are like, oh, un poquito, whatever. Like, you know, they appreciate the fact that you're trying at least, right? You want to connect with them. And it's the same thing as a writer, connecting with your audience and taking the time to understand who they are. And that's why the ideal client is important as well, and getting really clear on that. But a blueprint prioritizes things at a high level, like structure, organization, planning, and processes. Action is that person that thrives on execution, speed, innovation, and boldness. Nurture values connection, all about relationships, empathy, community, and collaboration. And a knowledge seeks to get insight. They want information, they want clarity, they want expertise, they want the evidence and the research behind that. So what I'm going to do, we're going to walk through each of these in a little bit more detail, just to put it into context. And as we do this, I want you to think about, you see this image of a box here? The blueprint's the person that's like inside of the box. And as a blueprint, we talked about this being like a lens in how you view the world. And so for a blueprint personality, if we step into the way that they see the world and put on those lenses, a blueprint obviously is something that an architect uses as well, right? It's a structure, a plan, it's a process. And so they value things like stability, structure, systems, planning, processes, predictability, responsibility, duty, rules, credentials, titles, and tradition. And so when you're writing with blueprints in mind, you want to make sure, because these are the people that are detail-oriented, they're professional. So you want to use formal, precise, and predictable language. They don't like surprises. And so if you've got some examples where you can tie in, like they've proven methods, or here's a step-by-step system, and these are the type of outcomes. You can look at, in your book, charts and tables that display data systematically. That also appeals to another personality that we'll get into. Case studies, you know, they want to know that there's a plan, the resources, you know, if there are things like timelines, project plans, because again, they want that structure and the framework. Anything you can do to provide that goes a long way. And then if you're able to engage them with action plans or strategies that they can implement, what are the processes? What are the next steps? Step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They love that. And so you also want to avoid overloading your reader. You want to be clear and concise. You know, there are different tools or templates that can certainly help with those strategies. You want to highlight practical or proven methods, include references, case studies, FAQs. You want to and make sure you're investing in your book after you get it written with editing your book and the formatting and all of that, because again, the blueprints are the ones that will read everything. They're dotting the I's, crossing the T's, and they expect a level of professionalism. So if there's a typo or other things in the book, it's going to turn them off. And you want to be able to adapt your style to suit, you know, make sure you're targeting your audience. Again, going back to that idea of a roadmap. You know, for a blueprint, obviously, most of us travel and we would figure out like, okay, from here to there, that's how I get there. That's what a blueprint wants to understand. What is the path? What is the route? And for the lessons and the wisdom that you have, the insights, the expertise, the stories that that your message is to help them learn from that, that's really powerful. So you want to support your ideas again with research, real life examples, and then, you know, actionable things that translate to your authority. I want to give you an example of how this actually shows up in language. Now, thinking about the blueprint, and this, I'm going to share examples for each of these personality types of people that have gone through training with Mamie and I on bank, and what they said when asked about the bank system. Just tell me about the impact bank had, or, you know, what the benefit was. So Shelley said, bank provides a step-by-step system for more predictable results and has helped me generate my highest month to date in my consulting business. And actually, when she shared that, we didn't have this other AI tool that can actually analyze language and show, based on the language that's being used, every word could be tied to one of these values sets. So you can see there, that's very blueprint. I mean, you can see the step-by-step, looking for a system. She wants predictability and so forth. So that's Shelley is a blueprint. And so, again, think of someone you know and lock it in. It might be yourself, but it's the attention to detail, the precision and conciseness that blueprints value. So with that, I'm going to turn over to Mamie, who's going to talk about the action personality. Oh, you're on mute, Mamie.
I know, my middle name. You heard Eric talk about the details, the organization, step by step. Well, the action personality doesn't read the book the same way a blueprint does. Why? Because the actions are the movers and the shakers, the millionaire makers in their own mind. So guess what they're going to do with your book? They're going to actually take a look at your chapters and they go, oh, no, I don't need to read that. Oh, I'll go to this one. So they may read your book out of order. So with the action personalities, it's not about the details. It's about those bottom lines. Go ahead, Eric. Yep. So with the action personalities, they want freedom, flexibility, spontaneity. This is what they're looking for when they're reading your book. Action, opportunity, and excitement. I told you they're not going to read your book from cover to cover. And I'm going to ask, we got a couple of actions here. How many of you read a book from cover to cover? And if you said yes, your action is first and your knowledge and blueprint are second, because those are the two that will read in sequence. Action personalities love to see when they read your book, does it stimulate them? Does it take them into looking at what you have to offer that can help them with closing a sale, finding new opportunity? They love competition, winning, fun, and image. So those are some of the things I want you to keep in mind as an author, because when you are writing and you're not addressing all four personalities, you're going to lose them. That's why people who do not resonate with you, you get 18% of that close, not 82. So imagine writing to 4 personalities, not just one. The languaging that you're going to use, you want to use bold, enthusiastic, and impactful language. Opportunity. It's a win-win situation. Those are some of the things that you want to keep in mind. Game-changing strategies, give them how they can achieve results fast, and dare to lead. They love thinking outside of that box, okay? Some extras to add, share thrilling success stories. Dynamic visuals and bold imagery is what they're looking for. Tips to win and maximize opportunities. So in your book, Give them a chance to think about what you're writing and how it can be applied. Contests and challenges tied into your book theme, priceless for them. And you want to engage them, include some adrenaline-fueled calls to action. Take a leap, your next best win. Those are some of the languaging that you can actually use. And if you ever see someone like Lila Veronica talk, you're going to hear her saying those types of things, because why? She's in action. And that's what she's looking for. So here's some action strategies that you can infuse into your writing. Write with energy and passion. Your scenarios, make it exciting and address aspirations. They love short and sweet, so don't give them the details. So in your book, you're going to need to balance details, bottom lines. Detailed bottom lines, and you're going to learn about 2 other personalities in a moment. But deliver value and ROI up front. Use storytelling. They love it. Including exclusive strategies that you bring to the table. Focus on eye-catching cover designs. Action personalities, they're going to look at what you are presenting and not so much opening that cover, guys. So if your cover doesn't draw them in, they're going to go next. In their thinking, it's go big or go home. And they want simply the best. I know I'm hitting a topic here because I look at Lila because she's right in front of me and she's just smiling. Because why? I'm resonating with her. Next. So here's some languaging that you would hear a action personality come up with. Bank helped me create 100% close rate, bringing in 5 figures monthly and blowing away my expectations. I'm winning the sales. Can you see the difference in the languaging that's used with just 2 personalities? So we're going to add more information to your toolbox, and I'm going to talk about the nurturing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a deep breath, because that's who the nurturings are. The nurturing personalities, everybody go ahead and make a heart with your hand, because this is the personality of a nurturing. They are the ones that can walk into a room and they bring the rays of sunshine. Why? Because their smile goes from ear to ear. The color we use is yellow. Why? Because nurturing personalities have hearts of gold. So let's talk a little bit about how you're going to be writing to a nurturing personality. Nurturing personalities are looking for relationships, authenticity, and personal growth in the books that you're going to be writing. They look for significance, teamwork, and how they can involve the community. They strive on charity, ethics, harmony, morality, and contribution. You think you're going to be writing to a whole different personality with a nurturing in mind? Yes, you are. So when you write, keep this in mind. Use warm, inclusive, empathetic language for nurturing to draw them in. Build meaningful connections, and keep this in mind. When you transform lives, it's a big deal for nurturing. Create harmony. Here's some extras. Share heartfelt anecdotes, testimonies, stories, and give stories of collaboration and how you have been able to give back and contribute. Sections for reflection, journaling, and gratitude, big hits for nurturing as well as action personalities. Use questions like, how can you create impact with others? What legacies do you wish to leave? Those reflection questions are priceless. Here's some strategies. Nurturing strategies are this: write with transparency and authenticity. Say what you mean and mean what you say. How you do anything is how you do everything. That's a quote that I learned from T. Harv Eker. Share personal stories of triumph and struggle to evoke empathy. I'm going to give you a tip though. Don't dwell in the struggle. Give the struggle and then show how you triumph over it. That's a big one. Okay? Focus entirely on delivering value to them. What's in it for them so that they can impact the world. Build relationships with your readers. Use the you language, not the I language in your writing, Because when the reader can sit and say, whoa, that's me, that is more effective. Reflect on your journey, weave insights and stories so that they can see the transformation and success. And the big thing that they're looking for is, how can you and them combined, collaboratively make the difference in the world? And from a nurturing perspective, when they can say, I'm on your team, that is what you are striving for. Go ahead, Eric. So let's see what the languaging sounds like from a nurturing perspective. Bank has helped me to create new client relationships and strengthen the existing ones with clients who have been with me for 20 plus years, increasing my sales 65%. Can you see the difference? They didn't talk about 65%. They talked about how they helped their client. Are you starting to see the difference in the writing? And before I turn it over to Doc Eric again, because he's going to go through the knowledge personality, I want to give you a lesson that I learned. I didn't print, so I print my first book or a story in a book when I was 16. Okay, it was a morning walk with my dad in Hawaii. And it took me another 40 years before I decided I was worthy enough to write a book. And what I found was this: I needed to write and write and write. So I'm asking you not to, I've said this before, don't hesitate. What happened was when I wrote my first book and I was all excited, and then guess what? AI came out the next day. And I said, you know what, for kicks and I'm going to run my book through AI. And guess what happened? I was a technical writer for a software company. And I was writing the book for personal development. I was writing it for personal development. When I ran it through AI, especially the Bank AI, I found out that I was writing to knowledge personalities. Now, don't get me wrong, knowledge personalities love to learn about personal development. But guess what? I was writing to the wrong audience. I was writing, I was hoping to be nurturing when I was writing knowledge. I sounded like a textbook. And guess what my title was? Moving from Invisible to Invincible. That was the wrong languaging in the book. So keep all of these tips in mind. I know a lot of you have been asking, hey, can we get the slides? Because those are great tips. I'm going to let Doc figure out how we're going to get that to you, but I believe we're sending you a one sheet that gives you tips on how to write specifically and what types of languaging to use. Would that help? Give me a thumbs up. That help you? Awesome. All right, Doc, back to you.
All right, so let's talk about the last personality type, which is the knowledge personality. And so I mentioned the box, the blueprints inside the box. The action would be actually blasting out of the box. The nurturer would probably recycle the box. The knowledge personality, they're the one that would create or invent the box. They're all about learning and intelligence, logic, self-mastery, technology. They love research and development, makes the world better. The science, universal truths, expertise, competence, accuracy, and the big picture. And so when you start thinking about writing for a knowledge personality, it's all about the information. They want analytical, detailed explanations of things. They love insights. And if you can do a deep dive into actually the theory behind it, because they love universal truths like formulas in the world or theories of relativity, gravity, things like that. If there's hidden truths that you can reveal to a knowledge, that's going to engage them. And so anything that you can do in terms of scientific studies, data-driven insights, complex problem solving, making sure as well that you have the citations and other information if someone wants to do an even deeper dive. That's important because with any statement, they're wondering like, well, that's great, but who said that? Or according to who? Where's the evidence? Where's the research to support that? Obviously, graphs and diagrams with additional details can be helpful, and prompts like, what do the data suggest about your next move can be helpful. And so when you are looking at a knowledge personality and some of the strategies, Obviously as well, as you're trying to get information, using AI tools for yourself in the writing process, brainstorming drafts, and using other tools can be incredibly helpful. With a knowledge personality type, and when I say expect to be corrected, I know I've had some books from some pretty prolific writers, and like I can remember, I write in books and I highlight books, and I found typos in a book from somebody who's published a book and it's probably been through the editing process numerous times. It's sold 1 million copies, and they're like, and I reach out and say, hey, just want to know, you might want to be aware on page 17 you have this. And they're like, oh my God, like, are you kidding me? Like, no one, but they're going to notice those things in a writing process. Use bullet point summaries, clear chapter goals, dedicate a section to FAQs if you can, or maybe common challenges. Create a process for reviewing feedback objectively. Understand that building trust with knowledge is going to take time. They got to be convinced that you're an expert in the field, that you're a thought leader, that there's something of value and a reason why they should actually listen to you. If you can develop and deliver those insights consistently, you'll earn their trust. And acknowledge limitations in your expertise. Don't pretend to be somebody you're not. And again, cite your resources and other recommendations for them. Knowledge types are going to question everything. I've got a motto. I'm pretty high in knowledge. It's in God I trust, everyone else bring me data. And that's something that a knowledge person wants to see when they're reading a book. And so here's an example from Brett in terms of what he had to say as a knowledge personality. He said, Bank is the smartest, logical, and fastest system for accelerating sales. You see, the smartest and logical, providing a competitive edge that I can count on in business, and has also dramatically improved my relationship with my wife, which is priceless. So at any rate, very powerful. And I need to comment. I'd be remiss if I didn't on that last part of it, because Brett went through some training. And, when we start thinking about all these different people, think about not just people you work with, but your spouse or your partner or your mother or your kids or your father or whatever. For Brett, he's like, we talked about it, like, what do you think people's personality type is? What is your wife's personality type, Brett? He's like, well, it's got to be this. I'm like, okay, well, when you get home, find out. So he did, and he was in the next training about 6 months later. He's like, you're not going to believe this. I didn't know my wife's code. 30 years in marriage. He's like, I didn't really understand it. And it's almost like these 4 digits are the equivalent of like an ATM code. You're entering your PIN to get the money out and in the relationship and connect. And what he said, well, the best part is like the priceless part. He's like, I had no idea it was possible even after 3 years. I thought we had an amazing relationship, but it took it to a whole nother level of intimacy. He had no idea it was even possible. So the biggest thing to remember is it's not personal, it's personality. And so as you write your book, that's why the ideal client is so important, to get that really locked in. It's a conversation, and you want to picture the people you are writing to and make sure that you're writing in their language in a way that can connect with it. There was a great question in the chat about like, well, what is the percentage of different types? Well, it's going to vary completely on your audience and what your niche is. Like Mamie was saying, like, oh, this book, if she was writing the book for technical people, then you want to maybe make sure you're speaking a little knowledge in that. You don't want to just approach it as a nurturer. No one's going to read it if they're technically oriented. Again, they're a little bit of everything, but you get the idea. So it's important to keep that in mind. And that's where the bank code graph that was on the slides with the language, there's actually this AI tool that I mentioned that I helped Codebreaker develop back pre-COVID, is a tool to help them analyze the language now. And then not only did it analyze it, but it actually wrote in the writing style. So there's a tool actually sort of that, well, there's a tool that you can say, here's the 4-digit code. And it's not just 4 different personalities that you're writing to. You can say the sequence, because literally there's 24 different sequences. And so when you think about that, your ability to do that, you've got a 4.16, or actually for knowledge, 4.16666 forever chance of getting that 4-digit code right. So if you've got something and you can actually craft it more broadly, or if you know exactly, like, I want to write this message to somebody who is a NAKB or a BKAN, the AI tool can help do that. And we have built in some basics of bank into the system, so it's doing that behind the scenes as you write. So yes, there is some embedded information. It is something to be mindful of though, because again, based on your audience, you need to look at the information and say, well, wait a minute. Like, well, I need this more technical because that's my audience. We don't know what book you're writing. We haven't translated your ideal client and the likely persona into that area. So some great questions there. So with that, what I want to do is turn it over to Chris, who's going to talk about how do you craft a book, really, and some of the value of book writing, but really have an opportunity. Now this is where we get into the fun part. You get to start writing and doing stuff on the heels of what he's going to be talking about. So Chris, I'll turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Eric. So I think what I want to talk about first is the reason for writing a book. Everybody has their own reason for writing a book, but what does it really come down to? It always comes down to solving a problem. Well, what about a fiction book? That's solving a problem. The problem is entertainment. The problem is whatever you're buying that book for. Is it a recipe book? Is it a business book? Is it personal self-help? Is it somebody's memoir? In every case, we're always buying that book to solve some sort of problem. Now, what I talk about a lot is in this workshop and in general is writing a book for either business or personal development. And those tend to be the two broad categories we see the most. We've done just about every other kind of book. And also when I talk about relating to books that are business books, or people are using them for speaking, or they're books that help with some sort of personal development, those same principles apply to everything. So it doesn't matter if your book is a memoir or if it's fiction, the same ideas in general are going to apply. You just might have to adjust some of what you put into the tool. So that's the reason, that ICAO worksheet, the ideal client offer worksheet. That's why I've narrowed it down to, if you can't fill out the whole thing, by the way, filling out the whole thing is a really useful exercise for you and your business. But if you even start out with those three questions of, who's my ideal client? What's the big problem that I solve for them? And how do I do that? That alone will take you a long way, because when I do a little demo here in a second of what I ran through the software, then you'll see those questions and you'll see what comes out of that. Now, taking into consideration that your book is solving a problem, you clearly need to understand what problem is it solving and for whom. When you do this, your book now becomes the vehicle to conveying the idea of your solution to the person. Your book may solve the problem, but it's also about conveying the idea of the solution to your ideal client's problem. And one thing, we're going to talk a little bit about structure. We're going to talk about the pieces that I think every book should have and why. But one of those very first ones is what I call a special note to the reader, or anything that's going to come in the beginning of the book. Don't use preface, by the way. They see the word preface and they're like, yep, I'm not reading that. Introduction, yes, but you're like, hey, I think in this book I wrote, don't skip this. Get their attention, make sure they read it, because that piece of it, I would argue, is the most important piece to the entire book. You're starting out the book by connecting and engaging with your ideal client. And how do you get that? And that's the crux of this section. You get to that point by explaining their problem. Yes, they bought your book for a solution, but they haven't tried your solution. They haven't worked with you. They don't know if your solution works for them. So what do they know at this point? Well, they know how well you understand their problem. And that's why I really focus on in this section, talk about their problem. The person who can best explain your problem, what you're struggling with, is the person you're most likely to do business with, because it feels like, oh, they really understand. If they understand this problem so well and can explain it even better than I do, well, then they must know how to solve it. There's just this almost subconscious psychological effect going on that if you can describe their problem very well, then they are going to want to do business with you. So, in this first note to the reader, there are two main pieces that I want you to include in there. One of them is addressing the big pain. You know by this point who you work with, who your reader is likely to be, and what you offer them. Talk about what they're struggling with. Talk about their pain, their challenge, whatever it is. Spend some time. You'll hear people talk in copywriting about, stirring up the pot, making that problem feel even more urgent and even worse than it is. By the way, you probably can't make it feel any worse than what the reader already has in their head about it. But you want to just thoroughly describe what their problem is. And then the next thing you want to do is give them that hope of transformation. Talk about what their life is going to look like. You've talked about what their life looks like now. Probably now you want to talk about what their life is going to look like. Again, this is why they bought the book. They've got a problem. They're hoping that you can solve it. Now you've explained their problem. They're like, all right, I'm in so far. And now you talk about what their life is going to look like once that problem is solved. And again, you're the expert on that problem. You help people with this, so you understand. You've seen what people come in with, and you've seen what they go away with, so you know what that's going to look like. It's not like making up a story. You might have to make up how it's written, which is why you have tools like our AI software. But you're the one who's the expert on that already. And so once you do that and you started off, people don't even need to read the rest of the book. People will get to this stage, and this again is why I don't, let's see, do I have it? Yeah, so at the very beginning of the book, I have a call to action, whole page call to action. I have it again at the back of the book, and I suggest always putting it in a couple of places, but put it in the beginning. If you are an Amazon Kindle reader, what do? You go to Amazon, you find books you're interested in, and often you'll click send a sample. I have seen people, because they put that call to action in the first part of their book, have made many sales as a result of people downloading the sample. They don't have to buy your book. You have no idea how many people are downloading your sample, by the way. Amazon doesn't give it to you, but you want to make it so that people are interested in it. That's when we get into the book description and the effects of that, but we're not there yet. So we've got this initial piece. Now what comes next? What comes next is your solution. Now you're going to show them what your solution is, how well it works. You're going to give stories. You're going to give information. Starting to see how Bank comes into this and comes into play. You're going to have a structure to your book that makes sense. So when they look at your table of contents, they know exactly what your book is about and probably how it's going to help them. Okay, that's the blueprint part of things. The stories that you tell, that's nurturing. You're also going to use headings and subheadings and bullet lists, and that's the action person. The action person, they're the ones most likely to download a sample, look at your call to action, and either it clicks and they go to work with you right away, and they say, forget the book, I don't have time for that. Or they're going to at least go through and skim, and they're going to see what it is that your book offers and how it's going to help them. And again, the way I talk about things is the call to action. Your book is solving a problem. You want people to engage with you in some way. If it's a business book, if it's self-help, you have some sort of service or product that you offer. You want people to be engaged. You want them to be like, oh, I want to know more. Give them how to get more. Here's your call to action. Go to your landing page. And I build these things all the time. And I see the numbers of people that are going to these landing pages. And it's a lot because you're getting them, you're hooking them right in the beginning. Now they want to go and they want to take the next logical step. So that's a piece of your book is whatever your call to action is, it should feel like the next logical step to them. Okay. So for mine, this one, we're talking about launching a book and the book marketing side of things. Well, then what's the next logical step? Well, am I going to be able to sell this? Am I going to be able to use that ideal client offer worksheet? That came as a result of people who work with me doing the book launch 2.0 service. The very first thing I have them do is fill out that worksheet. So then I thought, oh, well, why shouldn't I have them fill it out ahead of time? I know it's going to be really useful for them. They're going to get a lot of information. They're going to get a taste of, the scope of what I do with them. That became the perfect call to action lead magnet for people with that book. So you want to think in terms of what's the next logical step that I want people to take. Maybe it's simply a call. Maybe it's, let's say you do web design. You want to keep people, and this applies to a lot of different things. You might want to do like a really short audit. Hey, answer these few questions, and then I'm going to record a 10, 15-minute video showing you what you should do to improve your website. And that gives them that really useful information right off the bat. Then they're much more likely to work with you after you've done something like that. I bring that example up because somebody did that to me and it worked. I hired him to redo my website a few years ago. And fortunately, he's turned into a close personal friend as well. So you never know where these things are going to lead. Now I'm going to share my screen soon. We're going to kind of look at what I plugged into the software this morning and what those answers were. I didn't want to make you have to wait while we went through it. And throughout the rest of today, you can ask all sorts of questions about, oh, is this a good idea? Or what do you think my call to action should be? Or all sorts of questions related to this. And let me do my share. Let me go to, let's make sure I've got the right one. That is that. See, looking for I have so many things open. I was hoping it would bring up the one. You know what? I'm going to go try this once more and see if it brings yes. If it's the last tab you're in, it's going to be the first thing that shows up when you go to share a screen. So there's your tip for the day. Okay. So, opens up. You should have seen this. Who's your ideal client? So what did I just copied and pasted? Very simple answers. By the way, the more information you give about this, the more you're going to get out of the software and the more it's going to be able to give you the right kind of writing or information, etc. But this is just an example of something really simple. So who's my ideal client? Business owners making less than $1 million in gross annual revenue. What's their big struggle? Lack of predictable lead gen to grow their company. Why did I pick that? Because my service is helping owners create, publish, and promote a book that builds their authority and generates leads. One of the main reasons people write business books, yes, they want authority, but they want to build their business. That's what they're in business for, is to grow their business. And so the book is one of the best ways of doing that. And also because it's very long term, it's long form content. You can talk to people, as many different people as buy the book. at any hour of the day, and so on. All right, so I plugged that in. Thank you for sharing. Here is a chapter outline. So this is the first place to start. Is this chapter outline what you want it to be? You should have an idea again of what your struggle is, and maybe not. Maybe this is the first time you're coming into this. This will then give you an idea. Does this feel like the right order to you of what to cover? Understanding the power of authority, crafting your book's concept, writing, publishing, promoting, leveraging, enhancing. You know what? That sounds good to me. That seems like the right order to do things in, the right order to talk about. So does this outline align? And I said, let me move my thing here so I can move it off to the other side. So it looks good. So, all right. And what did it do? It gave me a detailed chapter outline. The simple chapter outline, it's like your table of contents. The detailed one is going to give you more about each one of these. And by the way, if you're wondering what all these octothorpes are, the pound sign, the number sign, technically that's an octothorpe. This is markdown language. So this can be used in formatting your book. So this is like level 3 header, level 4 header, just so you understand where some of that stuff is coming from. You can ignore it for now. So here, first chapter. Here's a detailed outline for the first chapter to get started. All right, introduction, main body. By the way, it gives you this stuff because that's what we have plugged into the prompts and the structure and all the information on the back end of things. You're not going to write introduction for your chapter. You're not going to write main body. Obviously, you'll just use this information. And right now, you're not writing any of this. You're keeping in track of it, and possibly copying it into another document, but this isn't the actual writing. This is just going more in depth. So if you remember back in the day when you learned outlining, you would get an outline and then you get into a little bit more depth on that outline and you would keep going. And then that's what this is doing. It's going into, right, here's some more depth. And then now you're going to take each of these pieces and the software will do it for you. Summary, action steps. By the way, I have learned that action steps are a great way to make your book more engaging. Clearly, it's good for the action personality, but it's good for everybody. It it gets people more involved in your book and your reading, but you don't have to do it. Just ignore it if you don't want to do an action step. That doesn't always make sense. If you're writing a memoir, maybe there's no action step involved there. All right. Then I didn't want it to go through. It will go through chapter by chapter for you and give you all of that. I said, let's pretend that we created a structure and move on to the next phase. So I want you to see what these phases are. The next phase, after you do that, it helps you brainstorm your book title and subtitle. Gives you 5 to start with. And you might be like, I don't like any of these. Or I kind of like this one for a subtitle. Here's the thing. This is the stage where you just go over here into the box on the left side and be like, you know what? I don't like any of those. Or give me 10 titles that have the word authority in that. It'll give you 10 titles with authority. Then you can go on to the rest. Keep asking questions. That's what took me a little bit to realize when I first started learning AI is it's all in the questions. And just ask questions and go deeper and ask simple questions. Ask questions like, I want to have a more effective, engaging book title. What question should I ask you? Ask what question to ask it. It's crazy, but it really works. So, do these titles and subtitles resonate with you? And for me, I said, sure, let's choose one for both because I just wanted to make it easy. So now it's telling me what the title is. Again, that markup language around it. Now the book description. Gives a book description, again, based on months of me doing book descriptions for authors, figuring out what kind of prompt worked, what kind of language to use. and where to pull from, other sources online that talk about best practices for writing book descriptions. So it gives me the book description here, and I can take that and I can change it. I can ask for something different. I can play with it, whatever you want to do until you feel that it works well for you. I said, this looks great. Let's go on to writing chapter 1. I'm almost done here, by the way. So it starts writing chapter 1. Introduction, and again, you won't write introduction, the main body. Is this enough for a chapter? This is not enough for a chapter, unless you're writing a very tiny book. But now you take it to the next step. All right, copy the introduction. Go over here. Expand on the introduction. See what happens. Or expand and focus on whatever you wanted to focus on. When you get to the main body, I would take one section and I would ask it to give me an outline for that, and then ask to expand on each of those steps in the outline, or just to ask it to expand on this step and see what happens. You'll decide what's going to be about the right length. Average chapter length, 3,000 to 5,000 words. That's really kind of a rough idea of it, but it depends on how many chapters, for example. If you have 20 chapters and you do 5,000, that's 100,000. That's a big book. That's probably way too big for what you want to do. So just have them be smaller. Kind of keep in mind what your total word count, what you want it to be. If you're doing a book that's like really niche focused and it's for lead gen, you might say 20,000, even 15 to 25,000 words as your goal. If you want it to be more of an authority style book, you probably want it to be at least 35, maybe 40,000 words, and then just go accordingly from there. Again, you're going to ask questions. You're going to go back and forth. So here it is. It's gone through. It's written the book, chapter summary, action steps, and there's more that you can do in this. Once you get, for example, your chapters written, now you want to have good chapter transitions. Think in terms of, okay, give me, suggest chapter transitions from chapter 1 to 2, or between all of the chapters, because you want to have it kind of lead the end of chapter 1, lead into chapter 2. There are all sorts of things you can ask it to do. Does this chapter meet your expectations? I said, looks great. What comes next after writing all the chapters? Again, I didn't want to bore you with watching all of that. And it gives some great advice. What's next? Editing and proofreading. Do it yourself first, then get a professional editor. Formatting, publishing, promotion. And you can ask questions on all of this stuff right here in the chat. Leveraging your book, continuous engagement. These are obviously we put these things in there, but these are all really great ideas for next steps to take. And then, and by the way, if Dwight's listening, this is where the software really fell down and didn't work. I asked what it was for lunch, and it did not tell me or give me any lunch. So I would say that one improvement we can make, if it would be possible to have this software actually provide lunch when I ask for it, that'd be really nice. But anyway, I wanted to see what it would say when I added something strange in there. And what I like about this is it was a silly question for me to ask, and it pretty much ignored me because it doesn't have anything to do with the focus with writing a book. And I even love it. It says, let's get back to focusing on your book. Anything specific. So yes, you can continue on from there. We're not going to get into all of the things you can do on the marketing end here, but you can get an entire marketing plan, all your social media posts, blog posts, scripts for videos, have it do, help you outline, come up with ideas for a course. You name it, there are a ton of things you can do with it. And let me check the chat here to see if there's anything for me. Yeah, so really, I think what I would like to ask, and stop sharing, because we went through a whole lot of stuff here. If there are any questions, go ahead and do the hand raise emoji thingy, and we can get any questions about that. I think we're getting close to diving in to the works session aspect of this.
There is a question from Steve about when you say to give it feedback, do you copy what you're talking about into the enter your prompt feedback and ask the question? Well, you don't have to. The system is going to remember everything that you put in there. So you may need to refer to it, like, adjust number 3 or this particular thing or whatever, and then ask the question if that's what you're getting at. But you don't need to continually do that.
But does all of that, Eric, go into that little box on the left-hand side?
Yeah, on the left side is where you would be typing those instructions. That's where you have the conversation with your AI book writing assistant.
And then the AI spits out the answer on the
Then
right.
on the right,
side.
you'll see, yeah, exactly, those adjustments. Sometimes I find when I've been using it, I'll type something in and it's so fast. I'm like, wait, did it already do that? Like, I'm like, oh my God, it did. Like, I got to double check and make sure like it actually did it. So yeah, it does that. And then another question I'll answer, and Chris, there may be other ones that you want to address, but on the bank, yeah, I mean, it's ideal to think about your ideal avatar as it relates to bank, and then you can actually direct it towards that. Again, a caution is, you don't want to necessarily just pinhole or pigeonhole like one type, but if you do want to skew it, because everyone's a little bit of everything that relates to your ideal avatar. But the best practice is, again, the analogy I used in the language, we have books that are translated across the globe, right? If I write my book in Spanish and I'm selling it in Germany, you think I'm going to sell many copies of it? You think they're going to want to read it? No, they're not going to understand it. And it's the same thing. It's not going to connect with them, right? So great questions. So Chris, anything else or any other questions that you have?
Can you ask it, Eric, to combine, like, what am I, A, K, N, B? So can you enter into that little prompt area, say, please write this book so that somebody who is A, K, N, B would relate to it? Or can you ask it for different combinations or something?
Yeah, you can certainly ask it to focus on that. And in the unlikely event, when you're asking something that specific, it might actually even start putting in like the action knowledge wording in there. If it does that, you can say, okay, keep the essence of that bank methodology, but do not specifically mention action personality or knowledge personality, but because that can happen. But yes, absolutely, it can do that. And then, as we shared, you have a link actually to a different document, which I could pull up in a minute, which was one with some other tips that went out in the email. And actually, I think with that, there's an opportunity for you to look at specific words or things. And, as you learn bank, and obviously maybe I do more extensive training on that, so that it becomes a natural part of the language you speak and you can adjust your language to that. But one of the resources in the email, and I can pull it up, and it's basically a bank networking aid. And let me just put this link in the chat for everybody. It was in the email earlier. But what this is a document that was originally developed. It's not the one that has the book writing tips on it. But what it does have is you've got a reference point. Obviously, you each received your report that has a lot of this similar information, but it's got some tips in there, and these are generic. They're not specific to the writing thing, like the tips that we shared, but you can see what their likes are for each type. There's actually 2 on a page, so that's why it's redundant the way it was designed. But feel free to think about this as you're writing, as well as what you just heard Mamie and I articulate. This is a good reference point for you as well to think about and put on those different lenses, right? And say, would this resonate with a blueprint? Well, maybe not, but you know what? would this resonate with the action? Like step into their different personas and really experience that. So does that answer that, Steve? Okay, awesome.
Awesome.
Matt, come on out. Or yeah, Chris, back to you.
Come on down.
So yeah, I wanted to ask Chris. So you'd like everybody on this podcast to have, or on this in this seminar, to have an award-winning book. Could you talk a little bit about your success stories of people who've gone through a seminar or workshop like this? How long is it? A sprint? Is it a marathon? How long does it take? And what have you seen? You know, you've seen some people flame out and other people kind of stick with it and get done. Can you share some of your success stories?
Yeah, and maybe in more general too, because I've definitely seen more people. People do tend to flake out, and by not necessarily flaking out, but like for me, when I flake out and don't get something done, usually it's shiny object. Something new comes along, and like, oh, it's got to be this. So I have really learned to discipline myself to be consistent. Take small steps and be consistent. Whether or not it's a marathon or a sprint, it can actually be both. I have, like, when I did this book, this was a sprint for me because I wanted to get it done between the two Achieve conferences that I had attended. I wanted to have it done for the next conference I went to. And so I turned it into a sprint, which was a lot easier because I was able to use AI to really, again, for ideation, for coming up with what to make sure I should cover and how to talk with people, and just a ton of different things that I used it for. But really, it depends on whether or not you do a marathon or a sprint. Be consistent with it. And so it's that consistency. And again, if you know that, you know what, I'm more of a marathon type of person, I'm guessing this is going to take me 6 months. Well, schedule that out for 6 months. If you've ever heard of the 12-week year book and methodology, it's taking 1 quarter, 12 weeks, and acting as if that was a full year. What are my goals? What do I want to get done each month? What do I want to get done each week to achieve this one big goal that I have? And so it's about those daily goals are great. It's your daily habits that make it happen. So what are your daily disciplines to get you there?
Thank you.
Yeah, you bet.
Other?
Yeah, we've been going for 3 hours.
Yeah, perfect. So any other questions right now that anyone has? I don't see any. Okay, so what we'd like to do, and it's a good breathing point, some of you may have already, but this is the fun part. This is going to be now your time really to get into the tool, to start working towards some of the things that Chris just demonstrated. And we're going to be here to support you. And some of you may have seen in the chat already some back end about that. And our goal is to take about 20 minutes, and we'll stay in here as well, but we invite you, if you need to have a bio break, if you want to go grab some food, bring it back to your desk. It's really working time. This is a working lunch sort of period where we want to maximize the time that you have so that we can be here to support you during that as well. And when I say 20 minutes, there's a couple things that we will look at doing as well, which is when we come back formally, it's not like we're going to be delivering a lot of information because this is your working time and we don't want to interrupt you with that process. There are going to be some things that maybe come up, and as you run across things that you're curious about, we're going to invite you to just raise your hand and ask a question. Chat, whatever, we'll be responding to that. Chat is probably preferred in terms of some of the interaction because other people might appreciate quiet time. We will also create a breakout room that someone will be in to monitor. It's really a quiet space more than anything, is the goal. So if you don't want distractions, interruptions from other people raising their hand or asking a question or doing some of that, then we want to be able to accommodate your learning style where you want just peace and quiet. Then you can come back into the main room if you have a question, of course, as well, that you want to answer or pose, or if you need some other support. So any of my colleagues, anything you'd add to that before we give people an opportunity to go grab something or take care of their biological needs?
Just so you know, we do have breakout rooms open. You can go in by yourself or you can invite somebody else. All you have to do is click on the room so you can have quiet time and then come back if you have questions, or you can raise your hand and one of us can pop in with you. Okay, so whichever way you learn. I know a lot of people in our past workshops, they stuck around, but they were listening for questions and tips and tricks. So whatever works for you, we'll accommodate.
All right. So with that, feel free. I mean, you can go ahead and dive in right now if you don't need anything. We're going to stay here, but feel free to get up and step away if you need to. And we're here to support you and have fun. I see some excitement generated, and yes, it is. There's so much great information here for all of us.
See, the breakout rooms are there. All you have to do is go to the bottom, and then you can choose a breakout room to go into.
Yeah, and so literally there's a room, you can have your own room. It's set up so you can choose to go into and have your peace and quiet. And then again, once you're in the room, you'll have a button where you can return to main room. You don't want to leave the meeting. Sometimes you click on that mistakenly and you're leaving Zoom. You don't want to do that. And then feel free to do that. And of course, if you do have a question, that gives us the opportunity. You can come back in the main room and just type it in the chat, or you can request something through the chat, and one of us can come and join you in the room and give you a little bit more direct support as well with something you're interested in. And this is a time, you may recall, Kim, I was asking about like that sensitive context and like some of that. That's a perfect example of something that can be covered in a breakout room with an individual. So, all right. Have fun.
Quick question,
everybody.
Eric.
Yeah.
It says remaining time 18 minutes 33. Are you able to extend the meeting or the time for this, or are we going to have to re-log in?
That's just for the breakouts right now. That's not the overall meeting.
Oh, okay.
So
Gotcha.
what that means is, and we set it just so, because we do want to come back and check in with you. Again, you know, the goal is not for you to go have lunch for 20 minutes. The goal is for you to just grab something quick, come back in. If you want to go to a breakout room, get started, you can be in the main room. But no, that's not for the overall meeting. The overall meeting is not going to.
So give me a moment. Give me a moment. I'll go ahead and hold tight. I'll redo this.
Okay.
Okay. And what I'll do is I'll go ahead and add a little bit more time.
Okay.
So you can pop back and forth. It'll be a 30-minute. Go
Perfect.
get your lunch, enjoy, and then we will see you.
Yeah.
When you have questions. So it'll be a 30-minute breakout room. Come back and forth. Have a good one.
Perfect. Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah, and just there have been a couple questions about recordings and things, or the transcripts. We will make available to you as soon as it's available from Zoom. We'll share the recording of the whole day with you, so you'll have that to go back and rewatch and listen to again. So, all right.
The transcripts, Eric, are they going to be available or not? The
Not transcripts. No, we're not planning on making that available.
Okay. Okay. And the other thing is, just a quick question.
Sure.
So you mentioned NLP. Can you ask the AI to integrate NLP principles into the writing of your book?
You can absolutely do that.
And it knows all this.
Well, and when I say NLP principles, you want to be careful because there's natural language processing, NLP, and there's neuro-linguistic programming, NLP. So you want to specify.
No.
Once you're writing a book in technology, the natural language processing may be what you want, but otherwise I would type out neural linguistic programming, and then you can refer to it after you've done it once as NLP. And, you know, if you understand certain principles like that, and for some of you who are familiar with NLP, you know, as an example, and this takes Tony Robbins' work on matching and mirroring or pacing and leading and things to another level, is the representational systems, which is another part of it. The bank methodology, that's why I love it, is the, you know, Tony's and the NLP itself, we experience the world through 5 senses, right? Or maybe more, 6 senses as well, but you got your visual, auditory, kinesthetic, obviously smell and taste as well, gustatory, olfactory. And so also as a writer, when you're creating context, it's something to certainly think about. And fiction writers are amazing at it if you understand how to do it, because you want to immerse your reader in the context of what it is. And it may be true for whatever you're doing as you describe your story to help them really be there. So the more of those representational systems you can tie in, the better. So great question, Steve. And feel free, other questions you have while people are grabbing food, we're here to answer them.
Chris, can I ask you a couple questions, or should I do it in the chat room?
No, go ahead.
So I'm going to focus on a different book. It's related to Witbug that I talked about earlier, but this one's called VAR, which is a notion. It's really based upon how organizations learn. And I'm having a hard time pulling it down because VAR has different meanings in the utility sector than it does in a school sector, than it does in a public safety sector. So it's really, the book is more of a administrative science quarterly article around organizational capacity. But I'm thinking if I were to just focus on VAR for parents or VAR for clergy, it's much more specific and easier to manage in my head after I introduce the concept for one small niche, then expanding it rather than, so I'm stuck in this quandary. I don't know if I'm making myself clear or not. I see Mamie
So
smiling.
wondering about. So you're wondering about how deep into the niche you should go, or if you should.
Yeah, so I'm actually,
all?
I went back to the, I think you've come up with a formula which says if you work out this ideal client and offer worksheet, you're gonna have a much faster running start to having a structure of the book. So I love that. So now it's causing me to take my idea to becoming very focused and do it once. And if I need to do it again for a different audience, that's fine. But I want to introduce this idea because I want to learn how to use your tool and get facile with it. So I'm trying to figure out the quickest way. I'm trying to turn it into a sprint so I can really best understand it.
Yeah, and I do see a lot of people do that. Again, they have an idea that could fit into several niches, and yeah, I mean, I would definitely do that where, VAR for clergy, for example, or VAR for, the kind of that
System
balance
operators.
between,
Yeah.
yeah, kind of that balance between, all right, is it a big enough niche that I should focus on it in the first place, or is it too big and I need to narrow down? So now, like clergy, and I'm sure there are other terms used for that, but people that are in that field, that's a good niche. It's definitely niche, and people identify whether they're in it or not, but it's not too broad at all. And
Whereas if I
saying,
just do directors of system operations for utilities, there are 4,000 utilities in North America, and I do business with, I have done business with 1,000 of them. I probably know what they need, but I'm not going to get still a lot of books to them. You know what I mean? I would have to broaden it to say for city managers and utilities, and then kind of keep that framework while I'm walking through your identify the thing. And if I want to then broaden it for school teachers and colleges, then it would be a different focus. I almost see the world in the framework of the 7 learned professions, and I focus on one.
And you can, and again, you can also ask these questions in the software or separately. You can ask AI for more detailed information about the size of the market.
Okay. Right. Let me ask you another question. So then, if I think I know I want to have a chapter on vigilance, a chapter on agility, and a chapter on resilience, and then have case studies to talk about it, I can actually outline that in the app. Just tell the aid that I think these would be appropriate chapter names, and it'll come back to me with a structure. Yep,
absolutely.
All right.
Yeah, and maybe those are, and in some cases, I'm not saying it's the case here, but in some cases, if you have maybe 3 broad categories like that, maybe those are sections, and then each one of those sections will have chapters underneath that. So again, thinking in terms of how would a blueprint approach your book, well, they would want to know what the structure is. And so if you can have 3 broad categories or sections, and then, 3, 4 chapters underneath each of those, Well, that really is going to appeal to the blueprint, but it's still going to help everybody understand more about what your book offers.
All right, and one other thing I think that Amy was working on a moment ago. So I got a picture of VAR. It's yin and yang is vigilance and resilience. And I see the agility as kind of an hourglass in the middle. So I have some AI generated and artist generated graphics about it. Can I load that in here to this software?
At this time, it's not ready. It's on the roadmap for PowerPoints and pictorials and graphics. It's not in this iteration.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So it's purely for, but you can do this though, Matt. You can ask, this is what I have an idea of, and it could give you a description of what it would look like. And then you can use another tool to then generate the AI picture, because that's what we've done before. Yeah.
So
Okay, thank you.
as Chris was talking about, like, the blueprint like wants this or that, and you got these different sections. Give you an example of what, to sort of frame it up as you're writing, you can think about the overall book that's going to appeal to a lot of people. And this is actually about the bank methodology. So you could have this book, but then you could actually take the same book and have a book just for blueprints. But you could also have a book for actions. You could have a book for nurturers, or you could have the same exact book for knowledge with some different tweaks if you really wanted to target it. And then you could actually have 24 different versions for a specific code if you wanted to go really deep. But I think it's a cool way of thinking about writing to a particular avatar. So I wanted to share that.
Okay. It's a lot to think about.
There is. It's all good stuff. Great.
Thank you.
Hey, Matt, because you've got different industries that you want to address, I would recommend this. What's your zone of genius? Is it the utilities and that?
Yeah, I've spent 20 years in cities and utilities.
Okay.
So how cities assess their risk, how they avoid the Palisades fire, what they should have learned from Paradise to avoid Palisades, what Texas learned in the Valentine's Day 2022 outage. So those people spent a lot of time worried about reliability. And what I know is that organizations really don't learn. Leaders create teams where people and teams can learn. And when you can take the significant event and break it down and as you're becoming more resilient, you become more vigilant and agile. That's called a learning organization. And that theory plays out in everything from, my theory is that it plays out in everything from what do you do when a church or a synagogue has, been attacked and how they react to that, or how you make decisions about what you're going to study in college, and how do you be vigilant about growing your own career.
So what if you started with that zone of genius so that you can frame up your book, right? And then once you've got all that in, you've got a good framework, then take a look at what would be the major differences if you're going to address it to education, and then see, could this be melded into the first book, or do you go VAR for an industry specific?
VAR in healthcare.
Okay, yeah. So you start with what you know best, and then you can, once you get that lined in, that framework, then you can even ask it, would it be beneficial to add in education here, or should I write another book, and what would it look like? See, those are the possibilities that AI affords you when you're writing. You can ask stuff like that. And because you've got a zone of genius, I'd say start with your zone of genius And not that the others are not your zone of genius, but you've got a lot that you can contribute to what you know. And then you have the amazing framework, and then you
That
kind of
establishes my authority to take it to other areas where maybe I interview some other people. I got it. Okay.
make
All right.
sense.
Yeah. Thanks you. Thank you.
You're welcome. We've got about 5 more minutes, and then everybody will come back. We'll answer any more questions, and then you'll have an opportunity to go back into breakout rooms if you want.
Mammy.
Nope.
So I uploaded the files, but then when I hit enter, it's not, it's, you know how the screen said it would go, it's not going.
Okay, I'm gonna let Samuel. Samuel, can you help me answer that? Or Prophet?
I refreshed.
Yes. What was the question? I just jumped in. I think I heard when you press enter, but I didn't hear the full question.
So I uploaded the documents and then hit enter, but nothing's happening.
Are you entering enter on your keyboard?
I hit return.
Yeah.
Yeah, on your keyboard. Yeah, so once you attach the documents, you want to hit that green button. We're working on once you attach your documents and you hit enter, then it will upload. But right now, you have to hit that green button. You have to put something in the text in the prompt area, like, here are my documents, and then hit the green button.
That worked. The first time I did that, I think maybe because it timed out. So
Yeah.
I went back in. Okay, perfect. Okay, it's doing it.
No
Thank you.
worries. Absolutely.
Thank you, Prophet Mike.
Sure.
Okay.
Back to you, Eric.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We just wanted to open it up and sort of check and touch base with you based on your experience so far, what your, how's it going? And questions you might have beyond the return button.
What's great about it, Dr. Goodman, is how fast. I'm like, I have to keep going back to reread. Like, it's incredibly fast.
That's what I was saying. Sometimes it's like, did I actually do that already? It's
Right.
And
I have to scroll back up. I'm like, oh my God, it's there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Very
to hear.
cool.
I see some, on the language stuff, obviously it's not, I saw a question about that, like
Yeah, I
translation.
just wondered because there's certain audiences
Yeah.
that you'd want to reach as well that, language would be a barrier.
Yep.
So I wondered.
Absolutely. There's the possibilities of doing that. And it's great to hear that other people, Karen, thank you for sharing that. I don't know if everyone saw that, but that you're further along than you thought you'd be at the end of the day. The day's not done. And I'll share some experiences from other people that have been, in the workshop where they walked away with not just their final draft or first draft, but a bunch of other stuff too, which is really fun to be thinking about. So that's great to hear. And we did, we want to hear your feedback about that. So it just helps us refine the experience for people that follow in your footsteps as well. The other thing I wanted to share with you, because, obviously, if you finish your book today, fantastic. I had a question. Well, what if I don't get it done? What happens? Like, don't I have access today to the tool? You have in a month, and this goes back to what Chris was talking about in the question about sort of like the things that stall people out. I think ultimately it's having those milestones, those deadlines. It's the daily habits that are going to make or break your success. And that's true in, all walks of life, right? When you look at the things that are going to be powerful. And that's why I think starting with that question of the why is really helpful as well. Because if you have a compelling why, and Nietzsche once said, he who has a reason why can bear almost any how. And I think when you look at your driver and the fuel that is lighting your fire to get your word out and impact the life of somebody else, I think it's really important. I think it was Stephen King who said, amateurs sit and wait for inspiration. The rest of us just get up and go to work. So treat writing like a job, show up continuously, even when, you may not feel inspired, but it's making sure that you've got that consistency. I know when I was working on the last book that actually Chris published, it's just, I had a time block. I had a daily structure. And for me, the best time, figure out based on your biorhythms and, what works for you. When do you have your energy? When do you get your peak and creative state? For me, it's the morning. So I had a set time that I would consistently write and do that. But you will have, bottom line, you'll have access to this tool basically a month from today. So February 15th. So I encourage you, because you might have Valentine's Day plans, to finish everything up on, before the 14th. But ultimately, and we will be sharing with you, and we're still working that out in terms of opportunities to make available to you the tool, should you want to subscribe to it and use it on a ongoing basis for other things. Because like we said, you can create all sorts of stuff from this. And once you have it in there, the amount of derivative work is incredible. And when we talk about your book being part of a really your brand, and as Chris talked about it being part of a business, Chris, we were talking, this was a couple months ago, and it's like we literally identified over 150 derivative type things you can create from your book. And I think that was just scratching the surface. But when I talk about 150 derivative things that you could actually potentially monetize and turn into a revenue source. So it's incredibly powerful in terms of how you can take the wisdom and expertise that now you're articulating into the book and provide it to something else. And I think writer's block, things like that. I think it was Margaret Atwood said, if I waited for perfection, I would never write a word. And I think it's just making sure that you just start the process. And it's like anything. There's a learning curve, and it's the unconscious incompetence. You don't know what you don't know at the beginning. And as you start learning that, in learning, you're conscious that you're incompetent in an area. And then you move into hopefully some conscious competence where you're focusing, and then unconscious competence where it just becomes natural. It's like driving a car. And I think with this, the AI is the perfect tool to iterate with and to help you develop, what you want to create so you can have that impact in the world. So anyways, I just want to open it up for other comments, questions people have. Anything you're running into or wondering about? Are you having fun? Show of hands, emojis. Okay, awesome. It's really cool to see how quickly your brain can manifest something, right? It can come to life when you have that vision for what you're working towards. So, we're thrilled to be able to support you on the journey. And, and I think remembering too, and Chris said it really well, writing a book, it's not just about the words, it's about the impact that the words can have. And so, the tools, the technology, is just an ancillary thing. And, and I think actually getting into other authors and, there's so many people that are inspirational in the writing world. Chris can probably tell you a ton of other stories about that. But I think it's just figuring out what's your why and your passion. And then the essence of writing a book, of doing something, is pouring your heart and truth into your work. And, that's something that's not going to change, AI or otherwise, because it's your story and it's you bringing it to life. And again, if you've got things that aren't in there yet, capture those stories, those examples, those anecdotes, and add them in as you, type it up. You can upload it into the system. So I just wanted to share that. So again, other comments or questions? Otherwise, we'll set you free again to
I
stay
have a quick
here.
question, Eric,
Sure.
sorry, and I don't know how to write it in the chat, but since we have the ability to do multiple books, does it remember from one book to the next book? Can we refer book one for a basis if we're going to write book number 2 in a trilogy?
Well, so great question. And that was part of the inspiration, because actually at one of our previous workshop, we had an individual who had an idea for a book, which when he talked to his editor, literally on the heels of basically writing a book, like, oh my God, this is amazing. You need to have a trilogy. So now he has a plan for a trilogy, and we're like, oh, how could we have a tool that could support that? So that sort of evolved. To answer your question is, it does not refer to the other thing, and that's intentional, because what happens is, and this is a powerful aspect of this tool as well, because if you're just using ChatGPT and putting stuff in, the whole universe knows it, and it's convoluted with everything else. Yes, it'll remember some of your thread. We wanted each book to be isolated, but what you can do is, as you have that material, get the output, of course, you've got a document that then you can upload and say, here's my first book. Use this as a basis. It's got my writing style. It's got all this other stuff. And then you can craft it. But I've seen some tools that are out there where it's sort of like a shared thing, and like your AI is drawing from all these other things. And so it's your instance, and it's private. It's not out in the ether of OpenAI and things like that, and then encryption. So great question. And I don't know if there's anything else, Dwight, that you would want to add to that.
I'm furiously just texting Samuel right now. No, I think we'll leave it there for now. But what I would say is, well, yeah, no. Well, I'll leave it there for now. Maybe I'll come back later and comment.
Okay. Sounds good. What other questions do you have? Anything else?
I know we mentioned a few times the incorporating graphics and pictures and things. Do you know what kind of timeline you're looking at to having that capability?
Not yet. No.
Okay. I didn't want to put you on the spot. Just thought I'd ask.
Yeah, we don't. And, given, and obviously, some of you are aware, obviously, as a business strategist, I also have an AI company. So there's a number of tools and things that we have used. In fact, Mamie and I used some tools with the last book that we wrote to bring in images and graphics and other things like that were created very quickly compared to what it would typically take in freelance work or having some graphic designer, do all these things to be able to round out a book. So, if our timeline doesn't meet your needs, certainly that's an option. Just to reach out directly to me, and we can talk about what that and how we can support that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Eric, did you say that after February the 15th, our access is gone to this AI?
That is correct.
And then are we SOL after that because you don't have a way?
You look very concerned.
No.
It's going to take me that long.
You're not SOL, Steve, after that. No, again, but we have obviously, we're investing in you. We want you to invest in yourself and to prioritize this so you can actually get your book done or books done.
Nice.
But we will have a vehicle by which you can continue to access the tool. It'll be a subscription basis. Obviously, you got a sense of how reasonable today is. And our passion is to help people have a voice in the world. And so we're going to continue with that philosophy and make it as accessible as possible, because we want to see you write not just one. And I know, Steve, we've had the conversation. You already have like 30 books that you've lined up in all these different niches that the world needs. So we're here to support you in that process.
And so is the logical extension of the course and the books to have Chris then work his magic with a little bit of editing and publishing and cover art and so on and so forth?
Yeah, we'll talk about that either towards the end of today. We'll get in a little bit more, just a reminder too. So that, I guess, some logistics. So yes, book access February 15th. Note that date. We'll send out a follow-up about that. This Wednesday from 8 to 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time is just a bonus follow-up. And our hope is that between today, that you'll continue working after this session formally ends, or tomorrow or Monday, Tuesday, that you get in a little bit more and you come on Wednesday with any additional questions that you have, because we want to be able to support you. And we'll talk more about that as well during the bonus session about next steps and what that looks like. There is, and you may have noticed it in the platform, there's an area that says publishing and beyond, and that's got some additional information. It's up on the top nav. I can show it later, but don't want to distract you right now about that. But yes, absolutely, there are, soup to nuts from I don't know what I want to write a book to it's published, it's launched, it's a bestseller. You're doing your book signings, like all the stuff. We've got resources to be able to support you. And then you heard even one of the attendees, Barbara, share, she's got the podcast set up, or, if you want to have your internet TV and all these other things to get your voice out in the world, we've got some incredibly talented power partners to help facilitate that, and the marketing of the book and other tools to help with a lot of different things. So
I actually think I read someplace that Chris guarantees that in the first 6 months, he can get 50,000 copies of every book sold. Is that correct, Chris?
Well, actually, in the first week, I turned it into a New York Times bestseller.
Oh, well, what took so long?
Oh, I wish.
Yeah. What other questions can we answer for you? And again, yeah, let me just pause there. Okay. Well, again, with the breakout rooms, we'll open them back. Well, they're still open. You can hop into it. I guess we don't need to open them back up. And, you know, this is just going to be sort of cyclical. We want you to think of it, there's this technique called Pomodoro. If anyone knows, familiar with Pomodoro technique, 20-minute little sprints, if you will, where you set your timer and you focus on something. So we're going to give you another 20 minutes. Then we're just going to come back and check in. Feel free, though, in the main room to come back in and ask questions or whatever. But if you have a question that's not pressing, you don't feel like you have to stop the focus that you have while you're in a breakout, just jot the question down so that when we do come back in 20 minutes, you can answer it or ask it and we'll answer it. All right. So have fun continuing the work. Yeah, Ruth, I saw your question about a document. So I don't know if Dwight, you're available.
I am.
Okay. So what I would suggest, Ruth, maybe you can hop in with Dwight into room 2 in the breakout. And that way he can see what you're seeing and make sure you get what you need. Does that work for both of
Okay.
you?
Yeah, so how do I hop into room
If you go
2?
down to the breakout, you need to go over to more, and then you'll see the breakout rooms if it's not showing. And
All right, there we go.
hit
All right, so
join.
room 2.
Yeah, Ruth, do you know how to get there?
Yeah, I'll jump into room 2.
Okay, thank you.
Destiny, why don't you come with me into room 2?
All right.
Kim, do you want to meet me in room 3? Kim, room 3.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
I'll be back, Eric.
Thank you. All right. Well, I would love to hear any questions that you have, things that you're seeing. How's it going? Like just some shout outs. Yeah, Leela.
Oh, it's good. I've got the first draft started, which is great. And
Uh-huh.
the first outline for all the chapters, all the things, which is good. I'm wondering, is there a place where we can find all of our uploaded files? I have two questions. One, that, and then the second one is there a way to link the files that we uploaded, so like a particular video, for example, to a chapter?
Okay, so let me defer to Dwight on the first question. I know I can see your files on the
Yeah,
back
we,
end.
we, we can see all your files, but right now we haven't created the interface for you to be able to see your files. That is on the short list of the roadmap, okay?
Thank you, Dwight.
Absolutely.
And then can you clarify, and Dwight might be in the best position to answer it, I don't know, the question about linking a video, are you talking about being able to do that? Because I know I've, in like books, had links to other external resources mentioned in the book. Is that what you're talking about? Or are you trying to bring
Oh, I apologize. No,
or
so say like I have a method that's 7 steps. Step 2, could I like, for chapter 2, use my step 2 video connection that I uploaded? Does that make sense?
Are you trying, well, I guess with the video, if you wanted to have like the content, are you talking about having just a link to the video in the book, or you want to take the process and actually sort of transcribe it and have that written out?
Yeah, the latter.
Okay, gotcha. So yeah, there's a couple different ways of doing that. And we do have, I don't know, Dwight, we can talk about whether the tool we have to do that and uploading it so that then they can just get the transcript of their video and pull it in. But maybe you can speak to what you would recommend with that. There's some other hacks with YouTube and things like that as well. But
I could tell you why if it would give any context.
It would give context, yes, it would help.
So I have a movement modality. It's a series of 7 movements that are 10-minute movement practices that are about 10 minutes each. And so when I'm doing the book right now, it's pulling in some, chapter stuff, but then it goes into like all sorts of other things like yoga and Tai Chi and meditations. And so I'm wondering, how can I customize it so that it like focuses just on what my method instead of all the methods?
So one of the easiest ways to do that right now, is it Leela, or how do I pronounce your name?
Yeah.
Leela. Ah, that's wonderful, Leela. Hi. One of the ways to do that right now is take the transcript of, now, is this a video where you're explaining one of the second modality? I mean, the second position, or you?
Each one, I have a workshop that I've done where it's session 1, session 2, so on. So there's like a workshop. So.
And the video is the workshop?
The video is the workshop, but I could, I guess, transcribe it if need be.
Exactly. So you could go, if you have the YouTube video, right? Is it on YouTube, or is it some other platform, or is it just an MP4 that you have on your computer?
I have it in multiple places. So I have it on a Google Drive. That's where I had it originally, and on my computer.
I tell you what, here's what you can do. If you send me your Google Drive link, or someplace, if you share maybe your Google Drive link with my email address, and I'll send you my email address directly, we'll get your transcript, put it in PDF, you upload your transcript, and then your assistant has access to whatever content is in that video. Now, the thing you want to make sure of course, obviously, is that the content that you want the assistant to be exposed to is in the video, of course, right? So yeah.
Okay.
Yep, that's the best way to do that right now in this session. You could do it right now today, right? So.
Okay. And if these were videos that I sent over when to get this set up, would that be a different thing?
Yeah, I'm not sure, Eric.
yeah, Samuel, had you transcribed anything in advance with Leela?
I think you're muted.
Oh.
Samuel.
That's what it was. My mic was muted. Yeah, I forgot the 2 mute buttons on here. Yes, those are in there. I uploaded the transcription documents from all your videos in there.
Oh, they're already there.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, they should be in there. Let's see, could she see them on her end? I thought she could see them listed.
No, that's what we were talking
she
about.
can't
Oh,
see
okay.
Them on the
No.
back end, but we may just want to confirm, but they should be then in there.
Yes, that is a good point.
So we can talk about what's there. So right now, Leila, I see Riverstone. Is it okay if I read the titles of these, by the way?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I see Riverstone Movement System Teacher Training Sessions. I see Feel Good Rebellion transcripts. The Membership Millionaire Launch email. Riverstone Movement, all sides. Feel Good Rebellion transcripts. That one was loaded twice. And it's the same size, so it's the same document. So those are the 4 documents that I see in that your assistant has access to right now.
Okay, there
Let's
should
see.
be 10.
The Riverside Movement System, the one that had the
all sides.
Yeah,
Oh, all
there
sides,
were
right,
like 8
okay.
different videos.
Yeah.
So I put them all in one document.
Well, okay, so the system. So here's something to explore, Leila. Right? Let's figure out just how smart this smart assistant is. Right? You have a position. All your transcripts are in one document. Let's see if it can distinguish. I don't know how you word it, right? How it was worded in the document in terms of the video title, but it should be able to distinguish it. And you just have to tell it, hey, listen, this is where I want to focus. Use the transcripts of this document, and I'll send you the name of the document.
I'm pulling that
Oh,
up
I like that. Okay.
as well.
Samuel, would there be a way to get that so I could even reference to the page number and when I give the AI's instructions?
There he is. I'll send it
Yes.
to you. You're going to send it to her?
Oh,
Sam?
do you have it there, Dwight? Yes, actually, if you have it, Dwight, that might be good because then you're gonna see exactly what that AI is seeing as well.
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Yes.
Great. Excellent questions. Thank you for asking. Anything else, Leila?
Thank you.
Okay. Other questions or experiences? Love to hear how it's going and how we can support you.
So Dwight,
Yes.
a quick question, please.
Yeah, sure.
Following on what Leila just asked, if my book is not as much a video related, it's not a component of really what a full explanation would be of the subject matter of mine. But on the other hand, there are many, many areas where I could add forms and have various aspects of the content uploadable. So I think I know the answer, but I just want to make sure that as I'm writing this and I go back and I do my own self-editing, can I include links so that for the online book that Chris will put on, so that somebody can click a link and be transferred to a document that is not included in the AI? Did I ask that right? So you're reading along and it says, hey, you should have a questionnaire for the following kinds of applicants. And by the way, here it is. Click.
Okay.
And you go to it.
Yeah, so that's a feature enhancement, and I like that feature. And by the way, because we're recording this, every one of these suggestions we're recording. But right now, you can't. I think earlier there was a question about, can I just point it to my Google Drive and load these docs or a Google folder on my Google Drive? That's a future enhancement. So, Steve, it's a future enhancement, and I love that one, by the way. And just because, but most of us, right, our storage is cloud storage, right? So that, so being able to connect it to cloud storage is, I would call that a short list feature.
So if I wait a week, it'll all be integrated because you said it's a short term.
I didn't hear what you said. There's too much noise in my background.
Yeah, I did. Thanks, Dwight.
Hey, just a FYI, Steve, when you talked about the bestseller or the however many 50,000 books, Chris probably knows more accurate, but I remember reading something that the average person who self-published a book sells 250 copies, and the average book on the market is something like maybe 3,000. I mean, that's professional.
That's surprising, actually.
So
3,000.
Yeah. Anyways, just as a quick aside.
That's funny. But if each one is sold for $1,000,
yeah, more power to you.
Yeah,
absolutely. With all your valuable content, I think that's underpriced, Steve. So awesome. All right. Other questions that people have?
Can we move things out of the app into Word or other documents?
Yeah, so, and I don't know if walking through that again, best practice would be as you're going through this and is to have open another document. It could be a Google Doc, Word document, whatever. But Dwight demonstrated earlier how to hit the copy button and just copy those sections, drop it into Word, go back and forth and do that. You can also download the sections, and I mean, it's going to be different files for each section, but you can have it separated that way, like chapter 1, chapter 2, and have different documents. Up to you, but please do that. Obviously, when you log back in, you're going to have access to everything, but it's just a good habit to get in, a nice redundancy to go ahead and do that today. Like as you're working, go ahead and get that started. And it's so cool to begin seeing it in a Word document or whatever you're putting it in. So I would definitely recommend that.
Did anybody need a refresher on, how to do that? Because that link, that hand that points down, if you just click that hand wherever you are, it'll, or you can copy. Now, I know the copy right now, we got to, I know there's something we need to work on, right? We need to strip out the HTML, or we need to render the HTML so that it looks the way that it looks on the screen. When you do the copy right now, it includes tags, HTML tags, which is not ideal. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I could use a quickie 30-second refresher on that because I don't think I realized what you were talking about.
Yeah, Dwight, do you mind pulling that up and showing?
Sure, absolutely. Yeah,
Thank
let's do it. Let's do it.
And then Kim, we'll take your question too.
Yes, you're next,
right
Kim.
after that. Yeah.
All right, let me share my screen really quick and we'll jump right in there. All right, let's log in. All right, so once you're in your book, if you're in the interface screen, at the top of every one of these, what I'm going to call chat bubbles or response bubbles, there are two icons. One is copy to clipboard, and then the other one is download document. Now, one of the things I just mentioned is right now when we copy to clipboard, it's including HTML tags, and I'm gonna demonstrate this in a second, right now. So I'm gonna copy this text, and you can see it starts out by saying thank you, Samuel, and then it includes what's called markdown. These characters are marked down. I'm gonna copy this to a clipboard. I'm gonna open up a Word document. You can see this Word document is open right now, and then I'm just gonna paste what it copied to the clipboard. And you can see that what I paste in here is not quite the way it looks on the screen. Okay, so that's something I just mentioned is something, is a feature correction that I need to make. An alternative to doing that is download the doc, give it a name. I'm going to give this one my first download. And when you do that, it's automatically going to download it to your computer. And, it's called My First Download. You click Save. It'll be, if you're using Chrome as your browser, it'll be up here in this window right here. And if you open that doc then looks like what you see on your screen. So today, if you wanted to download content because of the clipboard update that we need to make, what I would recommend, if you like what you see on your screen, use the download document, and then you can copy this and paste it into a single document as Eric just mentioned, so that you don't have, 10, 12. And some of you, me personally, I'm a technology guy, so having individual documents is not a problem. I know how to easily merge all those documents into one document in a single click. But for those of you who that may be challenging or a showstopper, you can download one doc, and then as you get the doc, copy and paste this into your single doc. It's a little bit of extra work, but I think the download feature will be the best option right now, because those HTML tags, they can be, and then you'll have to figure out how to strip all of this out, and you don't really want to do that, right? So I think that's what I'd recommend. Hopefully that helps. Does that help, or are there more questions?
I think that probably is a good refresher. Steve, does that answer everything? And then Kim, I see you've got a question, but hold on one second, Kim. Steve, just confirming you're good to go. And everyone understands best practice is to simply start
Download it.
pulling
Yeah.
that into a document.
Yes, that was an excellent explanation. Thanks,
Awesome.
Dwight.
All right, Kim.
Absolutely, my pleasure.
How
Hey,
can
Kim.
yeah.
Hi. So me and Mamie were in a breakout room,
Uh-huh.
and she told me the keywords to put into AI, and I just started crying. I was like, 6 years I've been trying to like get everything in order, and every time I went to do it, I got so frustrated that I just stopped altogether. And that writer's block is really real. Like it's
Oh
really
yeah.
real, and it's so detrimental to the whole progress and the message that you're trying to put out and the people that you're trying to help, and within like seconds, that thing just put everything together. I was like, because I had like a bunch of documents, some with like almost 8,000 words, some with like 2,000 words, others with like 1,000 or whatever. And I had documents all over the place. And then I took them and I put them into one document. And then I put that one document into AI. And then I was like, help me expand. And then it was like, okay, these are your chapters. This is what you need to add in your chapters. And I'm just like mind boggled, like,
Yeah.
okay,
That's
that's
great to hear.
interesting.
Yeah, that's the power of AI right there. I love that.
Yeah. That's what it's so exciting. And we've had so many people share similar thing. And 6 years, we've had people that like 10, 20 years, one individual, several decades of stuff, and just never quite being able to pull it all together and make sense of it and organize and structure it. And that's where that AI, to be able to do that, and even the chapter outlines, is so powerful. So thank you for sharing that, Kim. And I'm happy for you because you've got great stuff that the world needs to hear and know more about. So
Thank
awesome.
you. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Other
Eric, I
questions?
need to take a minute and jump back into room 2 with Ruth, if you don't mind.
No, that's quite all right. Please do.
Okay. Hey, Ruth, let's jump back into room 2, and
Okay.
we'll get you going.
And we're going to be going back out into breakout rooms as well. So yeah, if you need to go ahead and do that, please do. We just put another 20 minutes on the clock, if you will, which puts us right basically almost at the top of the hour. So this is sort of your last, this is intended to be, with at least us being present, one of your last sort of sprints, a Pomodoro little 20-minute sprint. We're not, you know where to find us. And then we're going to be talking a little bit more about some next steps and some editing and polishing and some other things. We want to make sure we allow plenty of time to have other questions and answers about some of that as well. So keep working away and ask us questions as they come up. And if we need to go into a breakout room, we're happy to do that with you.
Eric.
Yeah. Or I don't know who first. Leela, why don't you go? You popped up
You
on
go
my
first.
screen first, and then Steve, I saw you next.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I got emailed the slides that I submitted, but not the transcripts. So I was wondering if somebody could send the transcripts because I can't seem
Yeah.
to figure it out.
Let me take a look and see from the back end what's there. Let me look and see what you received. Or Samuel, are you still in? I don't know if you're in there. Okay, I'll take a look and see. I don't know what they sent though. So hold on. But I'll do that. Steve, you had a question as well.
Just a quick observation also. Layla and myself are both AKNBs and probably the most talkative of them. It's funny how we're, tell me more. We need action. We need to get this done. What was I going to ask you? Oh, so that young lady who was just on asking a question a few minutes, or telling you how thrilled she was, which I am too. She said she had pages and pages of stuff all over the place. Well, I don't have it all over the place. I have it all over my computer. So if I did I don't like to use the word dump, but if I took documents that were all related to a similar topic and uploaded them all to the AI, and said to it, make sense out of this and give me an outline? Could it do that?
Yeah. Yeah. That's the power of it.
Absolutely.
So yeah, that is what, like literally, I mean, you're talking for some people, it's a life of work to try to make sense of all this. Other people, it's like, yeah, it would have taken me a week to take these 10 articles and try to synthesize it and figure out the theme and come up with this, and it'll do it in seconds. Like it's just phenomenal in
It's a
that
miracle.
regard.
It's a miracle. And why does it disappear on February the 15th? Does it not?
No, it's just we have an infrastructure and we have certain investments and expenses we have in
Does
operation.
this cost you money?
Yeah, believe it or not, there is something that goes into that.
It's
So
like a real
again,
business, Eric. I love it.
it is, yes. And you know, we've got to have both so we can help people. And so that's the only reason that access, and I think you'll see, well, there's other tools where you don't even have access that long, and for the investment, but we will have a mechanism again for you to continue. So it's not going away if you decide that you still want to use it after that, but there's no reason why Steve, even with 30 books, it depends on how busy you want to be over the next month. But we invite you to continue a subscription, and we'll be providing more details about that soon. Okay.
Thanks, Eric.
You bet. Other questions? All right. Well, have fun continuing working. If you have a question, feel free to pop out or raise your hand, type in the chat, and we'll get to you.
I just was wondering, are you checking?
Yeah, I'm looking. Give me a minute.
No
to
rush.
see what I can find. Okay. I got to cross reference.
Is it ready now? How about now?
Are we there yet? All right.
Oh man.
Let's see, Leela. All right. Okay, so is it the Riverstone Movement All Slides PDF that you're missing? Is that
So I submitted slides,
okay?
a Word document with launch email, like 200 pages. And then I
Okay.
also submitted the system in a video form, 7 videos.
Okay.
So those video transcripts should be uploaded, but I'm not
Okay.
able to, I'm not sure how to get it to use any of that because it's giving me like really generic stuff instead of Riverstone Movement stuff. So
Okay, let me pull some of this down. It's going to take me a minute to download it, and then I can send it.
Ruth is good to go.
Okay, great. Hey, Dwight, I don't know what Leela was saying. She was missing some of the all slides. I can see, I'm looking at the files in the back end.
Yes.
So I don't know if maybe not all the documents were just emailed to her, but I'm thinking it might be the Riverstone Movement _ all slides PDF.
Yes.
And then another one that's the Membership Millionaire launch email. Is that the one, Leela?
Oh, yeah. Did she want me to send all documents? I just sent the
no,
transcripts.
I sent you guys I sent that to you guys. So I have all that. What it is that there were videos and those videos were supposed to be transcribed.
Oh, I didn't know that. I don't have. Yeah.
My belief, I'm looking at it right now, like session 1, session 2, like it's 40 pages of transcription. So I think that's the Riverstone Movement system teacher training sessions. Is that the likely name? Samuel would know.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, there's it's Feel Good Rebellion transcripts. Does that sound okay? So
The transcripts, yeah. So
yeah,
I'm
so I
curious,
just sent you that back, Leela. Did you not get it?
let me see.
Okay, yeah, there's 2 of those in there.
So if that's already in there,
Yes.
it feels like it's not picking up my language when I ask for like even like my voice and style. And also I'm just wondering, it doesn't feel like it's pulling from there. Does that feel?
So here's what I want you. Here's what I want. I want you to be. If I want you to try this, Leela.
Okay.
I want you to be really specific. I'm going to send you in the chat the actual file name, and let's try and ask your assistant to use your voice found in this document. Okay?
Okay.
And there's the file name you want to give it. Because now I want you to confirm. Now that's the document I already sent you. I'm just sending you the name of the document. But I sent you the actual document. Were you able to open up that attachment in your email and confirm that those are in fact the transcripts that you want to use?
This is correct.
Wonderful. So let's tell your assistant, use this file to understand the voice I want you to use when writing for me, and see what it comes back and says. Because it's in your assistant has access to that document. And by the way, this is the same thing we had to do with Ruth as well. Ruth uploaded her document. The assistant had it. She kept saying, "Do you see my document?" The assistant kept coming back and saying, "Hey, listen, when you upload your document, let's get ready and go." And so we finally had to tell the assistant, "Hey, listen, here's the name of the document. Do you see it?" And the assistant came back and says, "Yes, I see your document."
Okay.
So how'd it
This
go,
is
Leela?
great. This is great. Thank you.
Did that work?
It's working currently. I'll let you know.
Okay, great.
Okay.
And by the way, Leela, the reason it's taking a while is because it's a 40-page document, right?
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's processing it and internalizing all of it. This you shouldn't have to. You should be able to reference this going forward after it does this. And we assume it does that in the beginning, but with the iCal and all of that, the assistant has to make choices on how it uses documents that you upload. And so these intermediate sort of instruction patterns are ways to instruct the assistant to use the documents and when.
Cool.
I see somebody uploaded a Word document called var 1.1.25v1.docx. It was successfully converted.
Okay, that's great. That is Matt. I know he was trying to do that, and I
Wonderful.
suggested he put it in a PDF as well, just in
Cool.
case. But I do recognize those names.
And
Okay, we have about 3 minutes before we're going to have everybody come back together to talk any questions and so forth.
I think you're muted, Eric.
Thank you. You're a good lip reader. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you. I would love to hear additional observations, experiences. How's it going, and questions you might have. Any questions? All right. Yeah.
First manuscript outline done.
Awesome.
So the next thing I should do is number one, make sure that each chapter is expanded, right? Because it's not enough information, right? So any suggestions on how to do that or what makes it easier?
Yeah. Well, Chris or Samuel, do you want to start with that? And I can certainly add to that.
Sorry, one second.
Yeah,
I am multitasking here.
No.
You take care of that. Was your question about expanding what you put in there?
Yeah. She was just basically asking that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I mean, definitely. So the way the process in general would probably work if you were being very linear about it is you'd have your general outline and then your detailed outline, and then each of those would go down. And when you get to the point where you feel like, all right, this is going to give me enough content for an actual chapter, you know, that would be where you stop with the expansion. But what I often do is I add things to that. So when I say expand on this section, and I'll just tell it the section, expand on this section. But you might say expand on this section, and for example, especially if it's the last one where it's more of the actual text that's going to be in your book, use the Chicago Manual of Style and write to a ninth grade reading level, and be sure to include aspects of the bank methodology without specifically referring to bank, because it'll include that. If you don't tell it not to include it, just to kind of include that in the background. And so I'll do things like that. I'll have these little add-ons that I'll give it at certain places. This is built into the system. Bank is built into the system. Chicago Manual of Style, that's typically referred to externally. It's in the training that the AI has. For example, I'll use AI if I'm not sure about a word, like how is this word spelled, which happens once in a while. It's how is this spelled, or I'll ask about a phrase. What's the right way to phrase this according to the Chicago Manual of Style? And I just abbreviate CMOS. It knows that's the Chicago Manual of Style because people don't want to write it out every time. But you can give it pieces like that. Writing to the ninth grade reading level. And so that one I've also found, you don't want to say write to a ninth grade level, or you'll start using like ninth grade language. It'll use, but if you say a ninth grade reading level, well, that's something very specific. There's, specifications for that. And I found that to be, you could test it. I found that to be pretty good. 8th, 9th, 10th grade reading level usually provides something that's easy for people to understand. If you know that your audience are a bunch of, K forward, recovering academics, then maybe you'll want to use more of your, a higher level, 12th grade or 14th, or however you want to put it in there.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, great question. Other questions?
Hey, Chris, do you know if it's possible once, I'm on chapter 11 of what'll be in 13 chapters, let's say. When I finish the whole document, can I go back? And so I gave it the suggestion to write to this AKNB style. Can I go back and say, now could you redo the whole thing and make it KNAB? Would it do that?
Yeah, but it would do that. But I would suggest doing something a little bit differently. Instead of having it write to a very specific type or code, especially your own, because you're going to tend to write that way anyway, ask it instead to write in a way that appeals to all 4 of the types. So all 4 of the basic, the main codes. Then because what kind of one of the big purposes of learning about the bank methodology is understanding, wow, if I talk to only people who are like me, I'm leaving 75% of the people out. How can I talk to everybody? How can I have it appeal to everyone instead of just, one specific type or the other? Now, if you know, for example, that you're speaking primarily to entrepreneurs, I have found that most entrepreneurs are now you would think they're all A's, but surprisingly, what I have seen is that it's fairly even between A and N. A lot of N's are entrepreneurs as well. But like mine and Mamie's codes, it's N and then A. It's not always going to be the case. Annette's is N and K. But again, if you know for certain, let's say that you're writing to academics or you're writing to accountants, you may want to have it skewed slightly toward that, but you still want to, we all have all aspects of the 4 codes. So I would say have it appeal to all of them.
Except that Eric showed you, Eric, didn't you have 4 books, one written
Oh,
for each
well,
of the
and
various
that's,
styles?
I would not recommend that. And actually, that's a little bit
No?
more show than, you know, I would have, you want a single bestseller that reaches the masses, and you have one book. And if you look at the recipes for success in that, between what you asked about before, between the neuro linguistic programming and Bank, you will have the resonance with the masses. So I would not, especially with a book, it's different if you were doing, like, you know, targeted email funnel campaigns and things like that, and you really want to do that. But on a book, I would not recommend that. I would just have the overall appeal to all of the codes, but, you know, again, gear it towards, if it is more the action nurturers, or maybe those blueprint knowledge engineer types, or whoever your audience is, that you have that. And you'll also find that, you know, even within that, certain chapters, you want to make sure are focused right. As an example, you know, in the book I wrote with Chris, there's a chapter that talks about, like, it's not all about like leadership. There's a chapter on like budgeting and finance. Well, I'm not going to write that chapter in a nurturing style as the primary thing. It was very high blueprint focus, like you'd expect. If someone's doing budgeting, they better be a blueprint. They better be, you know, or the accounting or finance type stuff. So even within your book, depending on the chapter is, you may have a chapter that skews one way or the other. If you're maybe explaining more technical stuff, it's going to be higher knowledge for that particular chapter, and that's okay. The key is with that, you know, and actually some of the back end stuff that's already in the system and knows to do this is, you want to engage the reader or the readers, the person who you've got to engage quickly. What personality type do you think you need to engage quickly among blueprint, action, nurture, and knowledge? Otherwise, you're going to lose them. Who do you think that would be?
Knowledge.
Well, no, not necessarily knowledge. Good guess.
But action people want action. So if they don't catch something quickly, they'll move on. Right?
Exactly. So the AI already has some information about that. Like, make sure that intro or that opening is dynamic and engaging and things like that. But you always want to do that. So whether it's a book, or some of you I know, you know, are speakers or whatever, like, you want to figure out, like, okay, I need to do this here, and this is when I need to do it. Otherwise, you're going to lose them. And it's the same thing as you write. So, okay.
So just real quickly then, about the methodology of doing that. So silly me, I put in the instruction, oh, I want to talk to people like me. So I gave it the instruction to do it AKNB.
Okay.
Now can I go back at the end of it all and say, I was just kidding. Redo the whole thing for a more generic audience.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's the beauty of it. And that would take, I don't know how long to do that if you were doing it manually, but with the AI's help, and particularly for what you're doing, and I'll share this because this is the beauty of a tool like this that's why we built it out for authors that have a vision for serial books, is you've got core principles and things that apply, but now if you want to create that for the retail store owner, and you want to create a version for the carpet cleaner owner or the automotive shop owner or whatever, you can say, okay, now create a version of this for this audience and contextualize it and tie in these specific elements or whatever, and it will spin it on a dime. It's crazy how quickly you can do that. And that's where, if you're going to niche down, do not do it based on personality type. Do it based on those, like the chicken soup for the soul, right? Chicken soup for the mother, chicken soup for the father, chicken soup for the golfer, chicken soup for the school teacher, whatever. But you could do a similar thing.
So will it go out and do the demographics and all the ideal customer data? If I say do it for plumbers, I don't know anything about
you would need to give it a little bit more context. But you could absolutely do more of that up front with the ideal client. As long as you're, and that was another question, can you upload documents? Well, yeah, you can. So as you start your next book, it's the same thing. You don't want to use that same exact iCow. So that's where it's
hold it. The same exact what?
The ideal
client. Ideal client. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
But you can take that version and then have a new version that builds off of it. Absolutely.
And then at the end, can you do a synopsis? So when I turn this over to Chris, for example, it'll have what would be the most logical keywords so that when he, jumps in and starts to market this, it can go through the 50,000 words, whatever, and it can pick out those words that are the most effective and maybe sync up with Google AdWords or whatever the methodology is.
So that's a great question. We'll pause on that, but I think, and maybe we can touch on that a little bit today and have Chris do that, because we've got other tools like Publisher Rocket or the SEO side of things to really help optimize. And yes, the short answer is yes to everything that you just asked. And that's where all these other supporting tools and resources can come into play so that you've got the alignment to create that bestseller as well. So thank you. Really good question.
Great. Thank you again, Eric. I appreciate it.
Other questions? So I would love for you, and then I'll turn it back over to you, Chris. Well, actually, I'll wait on that. We'll come back to that. And Chris, let me turn it over to you, and maybe you can talk a little bit more about, you started going there with sort of the Chicago style and some other things, but I think just even the editing and grammar and some of the polishing, and then moving into some of the next step conversations.
Yeah, absolutely. So the three big areas I want to talk about, big not meaning a long time, but the three main sections are editing and then selling on Amazon, kind of what you should know about the platform from a general perspective, and then just selling your book in general. Ruth, ICOW stands for Ideal Client Offer Worksheet. So, when it comes to editing, so first of all, you want to have a professional editor look at it, but you can also get some of this done yourself. The first thing I suggest, well, these can be switched around one way or the other, but Grammarly is probably the best editing tool out there. There's a few others, ProWriting Aid, a couple of others, but in general, Grammarly is going to be your best choice. It doesn't cost that much to pay for it. There's a free version, but you want the paid for version because you get more from it. And then the other is to read aloud your writing. So don't just read it to edit it and look for things. Read it out loud, because you are going to catch things that you never thought you would catch. I don't know how many times we've done books. The author has gone on to do an audio book and then come back with a whole big list of things, which of course at that point they had to pay for the changes. So save yourself some of the pain and do as much as you can up front. So read it out loud, put it through Grammarly. Some of this stuff, just the fact that you're writing it and you're asking it to, follow the Chicago Manualist style guidelines, you're going to end up with a pretty clean file, pretty clean document. But the worse your document is, as far as editing goes, the more you're going to have to pay an editor to do it. So that way you can get some stuff done ahead of time, save yourself some money, and then bring it to the editor for the final step. And the step where it makes the most difference, for example, proofreading is my thing. I can do the developmental stuff, and it's a lot easier now that I have AI to help me with some of those pieces, but it's the proofreading, the really nitpicky stuff, like the commas and the sentence structure and punctuation, all the punctuation stuff, all of that. So that's the editing piece, and that's my suggestion for that. The next one is selling on Amazon, and above all, you want to understand the basics of how the Amazon platform works. One, it's a search engine. So think in terms of, how can I leverage this search engine? Amazon has an algorithm, and you can bet it's an extremely complex, multivariant, algorithm that they follow. But they have already told us some of the ways that you can, leverage their algorithm or use it to your best advantage. And because it's a search engine, one of the big things are keywords. Keywords are extremely important. Now, there is a tool that I use to help with the keyword research. Eric mentioned it. It's called Publisher Rocket. Works beautifully. I think it's 100 or 121 for like lifetime use. They're constantly updating it. You can do a lot of other stuff like looking at your competition, use it for categories, because you can type in categories and you can see how many, it'll tell you how many books do I need to sell in this category to reach number 1 or to reach number 10. And so use it for the category research, use it for the keywords. But the keywords are important, and they're important in this order, because this is how Amazon uses them. The title of your book is the number one thing. So make sure that your title, try to make sure that your main title has at least one of the main keywords you've identified. And by keywords, I mean, what is the search term, either one word or a phrase, that your ideal customer is going to type into Amazon to find a solution to their problem, to find your solution to their problem. And so that's where those keywords come in. So the title is the first place that Amazon looks. The subtitle is the next place. And then onto the book description, the first couple of words in your book description, and then the first line, and then the first paragraph. It just kind of goes in order like that. So if you are making a point of inserting some of your primary keywords, by the way, make sure they're keywords people are actually using. That's why I use Publisher Rocket. That tells me what keywords people are actually using to find books or anything on Amazon. Make sure that those keywords are in the right places. Your title, subtitle, and your description. And of course, the keyword field when you're uploading your book. That's important as well. And so those are some important pieces of the Amazon algorithm. Another one that can help is knowing that your book description is a sales letter. Your book description is not a succinct explanation of what's in your book. That's not what that space is for. Yes, you want to make sure it does that, because you want to make sure it's clear to people that this is the answer to their dreams. But you got to think in terms of a sales letter, because that's what it is. They give you 4,000 characters, which is that's a lot of words, a lot of space that you could use. And there are some other tricks to get some more space that I'm not going to talk about here, but use that space to your advantage. And this is partly why when you get the book description in the writing software, it is going to put it in, it's going to split it up. It's not going to be like a couple long paragraphs. It's split up so that it's easier to read and easier for people to browse through and get what they want out of it. And then a couple other things that help, if you have more than one book, that helps. Amazon tends to show your books more often if you have more than one. And also doing A+ content. Now, I don't use that as much as I should, but that A+ content is when you're going down and you're looking at whether it's a book or a product in Amazon, and you're scrolling down the page, and then you see like these really nice graphics, and sometimes it's split into 3 different, sometimes it's 5. That's what Amazon calls the A+ content. That also helps to sell your book. And then as you get more sales and you get more reviews, by the way, reviews are very important. 10 at a minimum, 50 is the next level. Try to get as many reviews as you can. Lots of ways to do that. Again, we don't have time to cover all that. So that's selling on Amazon. That's a little bit of what's involved there. Between selling on Amazon and selling your book in general, we could have a whole nother day-long session, and maybe I will at some point, just on book marketing, because I love this stuff. This is the part I love the most. So selling your book. There are just a few things that you can do. One is advertising, paid advertising. And you can do Meta, which is Facebook and Instagram. You can do Google. I would start with Amazon ads. Most people don't even know about Amazon ads, but whenever you see a listing for a book and it says sponsored, that means somebody paid for that book to be in front of you at that moment right there. And so I started teaching myself Amazon ads. It's gotten fairly complex, and I just found somebody on Upwork who handles it for me. So I have somebody who's got a lot of experience. They do a great job because there's a lot to it, and there's a lot to doing it right, and testing and negative keywords and all these other things that's a lot of work. You got to really know what your stuff is. But you know what? It works. Don't expect Amazon ads to sell a lot of books, especially up front. It's a slow process that takes a while to build and to tweak and optimize and get it the right way. The other part, another piece, is a book funnel. And at the very minimum, you want a landing page for your book. You know, if you go to book, well, I'm just getting this one going. Book Wealth System. I can put it in the chat. So this is an example of what I mean by a book funnel, and it can be as simple as this. I kind of do an iterative process where I'll get something, you know, simple but nice up online and then add to it as I go. But you see, this is way different. You know what? Let me go ahead and share and just bring up a couple of things about this. This is way different than an Amazon page. If possible, always send people to your landing page first, because if you send 100 people to your Amazon book page and only 5 people buy it, which is probably a pretty standard number, Amazon's algorithm sees that and says, oh, that's not a very good book. The conversion rate's pretty low. If you send them to this page first and they go down and they're like, oh, wow, awesome book. I want to get this. Oh, I get bonuses. I'm going to sign up. And oh, here's a link that I can use. Now, when somebody clicks on the link and they go to Amazon, they are way more likely to buy your book, which means Amazon's going to see that. The algorithm is going to say, this must be a pretty good book because it has a good conversion rate. But at a minimum, you can collect their email. You have some sort of bonus that they can get. And then now you've collected their email. And I use this as the starting point. I don't make them buy the book to get the bonus. Honestly, I'd rather have them on my email list and not buy the book if I had a choice, because getting them on my list is way more important. But people, reciprocity, they're like, oh, step one, I need to go buy the book. And so they go buy the book. But that really is kind of how it works. Then you can have some more social proof. You can design it differently. And this is much more likely to convert people to buying your book. And so they can be complex or they can be simple. But the idea is you want to have something along those lines to get people into your funnel, into your system. There are people that do free plus shipping funnels, and it can get really complex. But think in terms of simple first. 2 more things I want to mention is, one, when you're promoting your book on social media, don't tell people to buy your book on social media. Nobody's going to buy your book. They're going to stop following you. They're going to be annoyed. You want to give people something of value. Give them value. That's the whole idea of social media marketing, is you're providing content, you're providing value, something that your ideal customer or reader would find interesting. And so that's what you want to do on social media. Oh, hey, here's you put up some quote or an article that's pulled from your book. By the way, the software is really good at creating a whole bunch of posts and articles and things that you can put online. And then if you want to learn more, go here. Or not. Sometimes just give them information. Just give them value. Get them to start following you and listening to you. And then offer them something. Because sometimes even just offering is more than what they're ready for. And then the last thing I wanted to mention was partnerships. Think in terms of promotional partnerships. Who can I work with who is going to help me sell my book? Who has the same audience as me, but a different offer? Who's somebody that comes before me? For example, if I'm trying to sell somebody book services, well, I have a whole army of book coaches, and ghostwriters, and people who are, upstream from me in the process. Because people don't always get their book done and then go straight and look for somebody to design it. They do, but if you can get somebody who's already talking to somebody that already has a relationship of trust, then when they refer them, that's a lot of my business is referral. Now you're gonna get somewhere. You can do the same thing with selling your book. Promotional partners could be podcasting. You could be a guest on podcasts. Podcasters are usually looking for somebody that they can have on their show who is going to engage their audience, who's going to bring more value. And you send them to your landing page. Hey, where can people go to learn more about you? You know what? Just go to bookwealthsystem.com and I've got a special offer for people. Oh, now you're leveraging their audiences and their following to get people onto your list or to buy your book. But it's a win-win. It's a value going both ways. So think in terms of partnerships that way. It could be organizations or companies, could be a big company. Just get creative and ask AI, and you're going to get a whole bunch of ideas you wouldn't get otherwise. So, Eric, that's me done blabbing for now.
Okay, no, that's awesome. I really appreciate that, Chris. A lot of good insights. A couple things that I thought I would share real quick. I think that, this is just sort of the tip of the iceberg, if you will, in terms of the possibilities. And so when you look at taking your work and bringing it to the world, I want to share just a couple other thoughts and something with you also from someone that was in a recent thing. Because again, I think a couple of key areas is, the momentum you have today. And actually, let me just check in first of all. Let me ask the question, and maybe it's in the chat. Let's just do that in the chat. How many of you, just type in yes, like, did you get an outline for a book completed? Type yes, like outline yes, like, did you get that done at least? Just want to make sure that everybody sort of got to that point in this process. Okay. How many of you actually got a chapter or 2 or 3 or 11, I heard, completed? And type in yes, a chapter yes. Okay, we'll transition. I can see some different things. Almost complete book. Awesome. Very good. So which leads me to ask that question. How many of you actually finished the book, or at least a first pass at all of the chapters that you had laid out? Again, we're kicking the tires. I don't see any yeses. That's okay. Oh, okay. Actually, Demet, awesome. Good job. I was going to say this is the first workshop we haven't had at least a person finish book. So thank you for keeping that streak going, at least full draft. But I had some direct messages from a few of you about, wow, like I'm blown away. Like this is more than I expected. And so I'd love to just, on I don't know what the right ranking is. Actually, we'll be sending out a survey to you all so you can provide input and feedback based on your experience. We really would appreciate that. And yeah, Steve, if you had 2 more minutes, which you could definitely do. We got a half an hour, but I don't want you multitasking necessarily. So that's great that you're that close. But we'll be asking for your feedback and input. But if you had a word to describe today, what would that word be? And I'd love to just have you think about that for a minute and type it in the chat. What word reflects your experience today? Awesome. So focused, streamlined, grounded, life-changing, inspiring, eye-opened. Excellent. Excited, powerful. So good to hear that. So yeah, if you, as you think of that, please do share that in the chat as well. Supported, awesome. Those are all the things that why we're here, and confident, enlightened. And again, I think with this process, I think the one valuable piece of advice is to view this, focus on the progress and not perfection in the writing process. I know Kim mentioned writer's block. And, often that's what gets in the way of it. And so embrace this process. And the beauty of it is like the drafts and the revisions and the breakthroughs, each step is bringing you closer to connecting with your audience and that process. And I think back to all the change requests back and forth with Chris on my last book and things like that, that now like, oh my God, I would not have had like 95% of these if I had written something with AI. So it's so powerful, but keep the momentum going and take what you've learned today and apply it, because your story matters. The world is waiting to hear that. And we're here to support you every step of the way. So you've got the tools, you've got the resources, you've got the insights from a lot of expertise. I mean, that can help support you. So I just really encourage you on your path forward and to take your idea. And again, it's that ripple effect, right? That one life that you can impact. And that may translate to that 350,000 that Mamie was talking about. So you have that influence, you have that impact, and then there's other things beyond that we can do to support you. And I'll share a little bit more about that in just a second. But beyond that, I want to share, and this might get your wheels spinning a little bit more. This is somebody who was at our very last workshop that we did. Some of you may know Marty, but I want to go ahead and actually, I'm going to do this again. And I apologize because I just want to make sure I have the audio on the share. I sometimes forget to click that. So let's just make sure that you can hear what he had to say about his experience in writing the book.
Is your first or next nonfiction book just taking too long to write? How about your back cover copy or your Amazon book description? Maybe you want to write a keynote based on the principles featured in your book, or an intro for the MC to use to bring you on stage. Well, Marty Dickinson here, founder of Speaker Speak Group and Speaker Speak Live. I am excited to invite you to attend a virtual live training session on Zoom.
You're ahead of them. You're already here. You already went through it.
As many of you
I just
know,
got that
I've
this
authored
from him
9
this
books,
week.
produced 30, and guided authors through more. So you can imagine my scoffing at promotion ads trying to convince me to use anything AI for writing book content. To say I am the most skeptical person to use and even adopt any web-based tools, especially an AI tool for writing, would be an understatement. But surprise, I was proven wrong. During this recent virtual live session conducted by the developers, I was introduced to a proprietary AI tool that helps you write text-based content that sounds like you, but it's probably even better than how you would write it. The only reason I agreed and paid to attend their session was because I know each of the developers. I was fully planning on seeing what they had and then just simply reporting why I was not interested in using the tool they created. I was amazed at how quickly and efficiently it worked. Within minutes, I had a 10-chapter table of contents, 3 full chapters written, and even back cover copy for my book. The Amazon book description is a little different, so I asked it to produce that for me based on Amazon best practices. Then I had the tool write a full 45-minute keynote based on the book content, and then it produced an introduction for the MC to read for my keynote. I wasn't done then, though. I kept going. Then I went one more step further by asking it to write out descriptions for a storyboard for the video to use between the introduction by the MC and me appearing on stage. That was all in the same 10 minutes. When I submitted the first 2 pages of my book to my editor, who had edited my last 8 out of 9 books, she wrote back and said, "Your writing has improved since the last book. Did you already hire an editor for this?" Well, instead of telling her it was AI assisted, I asked, "Well, how much would you charge for 50,000 words of this?" She replied, It wouldn't really be truly editing if it all looks like this. So more just like a read through. What she quoted me was $1,500 in savings. I didn't tell her at first that I was using an AI tool. She probably wouldn't even believe that I would ever be one to be convinced to use an AI tool for writing. Today, I use it every day. This tool is a total game changer, and I encourage you to put aside any preconceived notion you might have about AI in writing. The training session is your opportunity to get user access to the tool and be taught how to use it. The session so far has been offered once a month for the past few months, and I suspect it will be held more often. And as everything does, the price will probably go up too. So attend this session soon to get the best deal. Watch here for dates, and I will update the link whenever I hear dates are announced. After this video, I'm planning to use this tool to rewrite all the content on my website tailored perfectly for my audience. This AI tool will pay for itself over and over again, and it's only going to get more popular. In fact, surprise again, I even used the tool to write this script for me, and I'm reading exactly what it produced for me to sound like me. Well, does it? That's my addition. So take the class, learn the methods, and let me know when you've signed up. I will share my personal tips and tricks with you that I've discovered so far after the training. Enjoy the session and the tool. Writing will never be the same for you again, and that is a good thing. You will be faster at generating content, and it will require so little rework. You'll wonder how you ever wrote content without it before. I close every Speaker Speak Live session with this. This is where your speaking momentum begins. Well, with this tool, I have a new ending for this video. This is where your next evolution of writing begins. Enjoy the ride.
All right. So how many of you got some ideas? Were there some gems and some of the things, and some of that was discussion and things in our last workshop where it said, yeah, you can do that. Like, try this. What do you want to do? Like, just think about the possibilities of how this can be applied. It's so powerful in terms of that. So I'll pause there for a minute. There's some great questions in the chat, and Samuel, I know you wanted to address one of them, so I'll let you do that.
Yes.
Get back to a few other things.
Firstly, I just wanted to say, like, that's so great. That's the first time I'd seen that all the way through. So I love that he starts as a complete skeptic, like, no, I'm absolutely never going to use this to write. And the reason I like that is, Rebecca, your question really dovetails nicely with that. How do you respond to that question? Did I use AI for this? So we're in kind of a midst of a culture change right now when it comes to this. So it's a question that's come up about every other piece of technology that I've seen, right? I remember when I was younger, this is high school, like early internet, and there was the same question. If I had used the internet for my research or writing, that would have been considered cheating. So we're at kind of a similar point now. And the way I would answer that question is, yes, I used AI as a tool. And the way I used it as a tool was this. And the pieces that I would point out are, you started with your own documents, you've uploaded your own material in there, and it's using your voice, and you are steering that conversation. That's why I say you're the captain of that ship. It is the tool. So just like anything else, like with Google or your smartphone or whatever, you're maintaining control of it and pointing it in the direction that you want to go.
Yeah.
And to say and answer it like, I would answer it proudly. Yeah, I use AI for this. That's why, it's like, to Marty's point, that's why this is so much. That's why this is so good. That's why it builds on these principles. And you did not just use ChatGPT for that. So that's a different question. If someone says, did you use ChatGPT for this? The answer is no, you didn't. You used something different. You used AI, but something more specific and more tuned to that purpose than ChatGPT generic.
Yeah, thank you.
Does that answer your question? Yeah.
Yeah, and you think about the writing process and the Gutenberg, like the press, and the, like how that's changed and transformed things. And it's like, no, you can't write unless you're using a typewriter, or like that's blasphemy. Like, I remember my IBM Selectric, like the typing classes in school, like, and you got the correction thing. Oh my God, I didn't have to use the little white thing and like hit the keyboard, like that was game changing. And so it is, it's technology and really to Chris's point earlier, as you talk about Grammarly, what do you think that is? Like, what type of tool is that? Like, is that not using
It
something?
is AI. Yeah. And Grammarly is an AI. Yeah.
Yeah. So again, I think it's just really looking at that. What I'd like to do, actually, Samuel, since you've got the floor right now, we're at a point. I'd love to have you and Chris and Amy and others share any other sort of thoughts. We've got about 20 minutes left, give or take. We don't have to, but I want to make sure that there's anything else that you want to reinforce with people, that you have an opportunity to share that. And we still obviously are going to take additional questions, but anything you'd add to this group as we begin sort of wrapping up?
Yes, actually, I think so. Let me take it from a real high level. This might be a little out there, but there's a question that comes up, and actually, Rebecca, your question makes me think about this. Is another one that comes up is like, hey, if I use this for writing, am I going to lose my writing abilities over time if I'm using this tool? The answer is, well, yeah. I mean, that will, like, if we surrender a skill, whether it's a cognitive skill, a physical thing, just like a muscle, it kind of just weakens over time. So this is why it's a back and forth between like your work, your authentic writing, and don't lose that skill. Like, make sure you keep your own notes. Turn the AI off every so often and really ground it. I'll give it an example outside of AI. Maps, Google Maps. I've noticed that when I was using that, I kind of would get to the point where I would lose my sense of direction. And so after a while, I started deliberately turning maps off and finding my way back just with memory. And I could always turn the maps back on if I got lost, right? So it's an age-old question about this technology. So let me start at the beginning. In ancient Egypt, there is a legend of the god Thoth. A lot of people, it's Thoth, Thoth is often how it's pronounced. The inventor of writing, started with an ibis head. And the legend is Thoth, when the god first invented writing, went to the emperor, or the pharaoh rather, and said, hey, I invented this new thing called writing. Here's how it works. So you put these symbols on this tablet, and then you can record information permanently, and it will not be forgotten. You can keep it and preserve it for generations or whatever. And the pharaoh responded with, no, I don't want you to introduce that. I don't want that. Because what that's going to do is destroy the memory of our people, and they will have no need to remember anything after that. And it's an interesting response, I think. And then so there's this debate of like, well, wait a second. Like, there is this tool. How do we leverage it responsibly in a way that it doesn't diminish who we are as humans and our own abilities? So the lesson I take from that is, because obviously we have writing, and I don't see any of us giving that up anytime soon. So just like with any other piece of technology, there's an equilibrium to maintain. So when you're using this, I think responsible use is, yes, maintain your own writing, maintain your own notes, start from there, give it to the AI tool, and let the AI remix those and add to and expand. That, I think, is its kind of unique power.
I would agree with that. I really like that analogy, and I think what can be missed is one's ability to be creative and allow the tool to kind of take over that. And essentially, it is our own stories. No one knows our own stories better than what's embedded in our mind, body, and soul. So I was interested.
Mm-hmm.
It was interesting to see that video, because I've kind of felt that way too. Kind of felt like, does this make us frauds per se, or is this cheating, and all the negative kind of connotations. So thank you for that share.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you, Samuel. Some great insights. Well, let's see. Chris, obviously you shared quite a bit already, but maybe let's come back to you, Chris. Maybe, do you have anything you'd like to share?
I only have one thing, and this is something that I am very passionate about. The point that I'd like to make is that, AI is only as powerful and effective as the skill and creativity of the person using it. And the reason why I say that, guys, is this. I've seen somebody use AI to write their book, and oh my God, I knew they used AI because they published it like it. There was too much spacing. There were words that are AI derivatives. No add in of who that person really was. And so know this, the tool that you're using is made specifically for your interaction. If you notice, if you don't prompt it properly, you don't get what you want. And so again, keep that in mind. And for me, what I love about AI, guys, is this. Sometimes I am too wordy. I can ask AI to say, please, can you help me shorten this and keep it bold, keep it disruptive? And I'm a nurturing guy, so I don't speak in those terms. AI helps me formulate it. Is it AI? Oh, no, I asked it to do it. That's what I want you to keep in mind. So the creativity part, that's your responsibility. And be responsible users of AI. Make sure that you review the work that you're putting forth, because guess what? Your name goes on that book, not the AI generator that did it. So keep that in mind. Yes, it's your work. You just got a little bit help actually formulating it much faster. So happy writing, everybody. Back to you, Dr.
Awesome. Thank you, Mamie. Dwight, if you don't mind me putting you on the spot, because you're so passionate about this, and I think helping people really also have that ripple effect. Is there anything you'd like to share for people as we wrap up? If you're available. It looks like you're. Let's see.
There we go.
All right. So
Yeah, I just want to reinforce something that's already been said, and that is the power of storytelling. I don't know if everyone is aware, and I'm going to assume we are, but our cultures are perpetuated by storytelling. And it happens in a variety of ways. Some of the most important ideas that we have were moved forward by those who were willing to understand the story that was told to them and then push that story forward. For each one of you authors, AI technology is a leverage tool. It's a tool to help you do things faster, but it cannot tell your story. And to Mamie's point, I would encourage each one of you to leverage technology in every way you can. Help it, use it to help you write better sentences, get ideas across, give you variations on your ideas. But know this, you are creative. And the reason you're creative is because the one who created you is creative. Take that creativity and use this fulcrum, this leverage point of AI, and transform the world with it, with your ideas.
Awesome. Well said, for sure.
Yeah.
Love that. So with that, and actually, let me share a couple other things. Then, Chris, I'm going to give you an opportunity as well at the end. But any other questions that have come up that you have right now?
Did we address your question, Matt? Matt asked us to talk a little bit more about avoiding the issue of our writing becoming a
I'm going
recipe
to
driven.
address it in mine.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think so. And again, when this call is over, if I wake up tomorrow and want to spend time on here, I can continue to use the tool just by logging in and moving it for a month. Okay, good.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I just don't want to be, in a recipe, but it seems to me the way we can use this is to personalize, take your tool as far as it can go, take your content as far as you can go, personalize it, twist it, and then make it your own.
Absolutely.
Got it. Thank you.
That is for sure. So the other thing I'll share with you, and you'll be getting with the links to the recordings that when we send that out, we'll also provide you with a link to the book that Chris mentioned, Book Launch 2.0. So you've got that. and it's an electronic version of that. And then also part of this emerged from Chris and I. We first started talking about the use of AI, and I don't know if you, well, obviously he was more receptive than Marty was, I guess. We started with just a book writing guide for someone to write a nonfiction book, and then he's like, what would it look like for AI? And so we built that out. So I'll give you a copy of that. And for some of you, there were some questions. Some of you may be using other AI tools, but that was built prior to us having a tool like we have right now. So, but it'll give you some insights, and there's some additional information in there that you might find helpful. So we want to make sure you have that resource. And I also want to remind you that this Wednesday, we have just a 1-hour follow-up. We hope you can make it. We'll record it as well and send out the link. But it's really just an opportunity to come back together based on the progress you've made or other questions that may come up where we can meet real time. Of course, you'll have our contact information for other additional questions and some links to other resources that are there. And then the other thing that I do want to share is just that when we look at the support process and what that can look like, there's a lot of resources that are available to you. And you'll actually find some of those within, or at least next steps potentially, in terms of things that you could be doing and leveraging with the tool itself. And I do want to point out one other area with you, and I'm just going to share this quickly. In the portal itself, obviously you've been focused on your book, but you will notice this tab that says Publishing and Beyond. So there's some information about what's possible, after you've written your book. What does that look like? How do you bring your vision to life? Obviously, Chris on the editing and publishing and marketing and all those other things. And then if you talk about elevating your potential with the book, things that we can do to turn it in very quickly into different languages, audiobooks, online courses, signature talks, articles, a song, like all sorts of different things that can be really fun. So we invite you to check some of those out. And of course, we're available to support you in that process also. So I just wanted to share that. And Chris, I'm going to turn it back over to you, and just, anything else that you want to summarize as we wrap up, and then I'll do the same.
Yeah, actually, the idea of creativity again, I think this is a perfect opportunity in answering Matt's question. When it comes to creativity and what feels like the other side of the coin, the recipe-driven approach, I would argue that almost all creativity blooms within a structure, within that recipe. If you look at, for example, the Law and Order TV series, and not Law and Order is just one example. Every single series out there follows it. They have the same formula every time. If you look at how books are written in general, whether fiction or nonfiction, there's a recipe, there's a formula or a structure that is followed. And so even having a recipe to follow is going to enable you to be more creative, because you are creative within those boundaries. So a couple times people have come to me with books that I'm like, what on earth have you been smoking? No, really, I've never seen anybody write like this before. It's very totally creative, and this is going to be a big thing. Now, they didn't sell a single book, and I could barely read through it to edit it. It was sure, it was creative, but there are all sorts of ways to be creative. But when it comes to this, if you want to be creative and successful, yeah, there is a formula, but you are being creative within that formula. And I don't need to beat that dead horse anymore, but I think that makes sense. So that's the wonderful thing about using AI. This is AI in this software. It knows the formula. It's not asking you to submit to its ways. It's not asking you to do exactly what it says. It's like, oh, here's here's an outline. What do you think? Don't like it? Let's do something different. And you get to the chapter, and it starts writing out a chapter for you. Anything you want to change? want to do something different, you can be like, yeah, you know what? This doesn't feel like it's addressing all the 4 major bank codes. Slip that in there. This is too this or not enough that. It's providing some structure, but it's also providing a nice canvas with boundaries that you can be totally creative within.
Awesome. Thank you, Chris. I think that's a really important message. And so, you know, again, and we started out with this in your introductions, thinking about your why. Like, why are you writing this book? And whether it's to share your expertise, to inspire change, to create that legacy. But think about that, keep it in the forefront. And I think the other thing is, you know, for those that have been working on a book for a long time, is don't lose sight of that end goal. And, you know, picture yourself holding your published book, seeing it on a bookshelf, hearing how it impacted the life of somebody, but visualize, you know, that emotional connection with your goal, whether it's one person or, you know, millions that you're impacting. And, you know, historically, I liken writing a book to like running a marathon. It's not a sprint, although AI can let you do a very quick marathon. Celebrate those milestones, and even if it is just that discipline of 30 minutes a day, each step's a victory. But figure out that ritual to have that. And for me, just like my brain knew, it's like, okay, it's time to write. Whatever that is, whatever inspires you, it's just those small actions. And again, I think also as your book evolves, you know, I think for me it was helpful to somewhat interact with the book about like, okay, this idea, is this something that's going to resonate? Putting myself in the audience, like, will the reader love this? Does it excite me? Would it excite them? Would it excite a blueprint, an action, a nurture, a knowledge? And figure out, you know, your own enthusiasm as it relates to that, and have realistic goals, even if it is just, it's those manageable chunks. Someone once said, by the mile, it's a trial. By the yard, it's hard. By the inch, it's a cinch. And I think, you know, that's sort of the writing process, and, you know, the creativity, again, as I was talking about, figure out when you're most creative, whatever that works, and maximize those peak times. And again, it's a process of iteration and drafting and redrafting, and just use the visualization, and, you know, share what you're doing. Feel free to reach out, and love to hear your progress as you're going, and figure out if you need an accountability buddy, maybe somebody in this group, whatever it is to help you stay on track. Reward yourself with it. But remember that ripple effect. I can't say enough, because your book has that power to change lives, even if it's one person. So, you know, we want to help ensure that. And on that note, you know, keep the focus on the joy of telling your story again. And it's an opportunity to really have a legacy. So I invite you to go forward, write boldly. Again, maybe use that term, like, but let your words transform lives, and including your own, which is something I heard one of you say, like, I'm writing this for me. Like, this is the book I need. So if I need this, this is probably something else that somebody else needs. So with that, Mamie, I'd love to turn it back over to you to share your experience in seeing a book sort of do a little bit of that with Ignite Your Passion, and because it certainly connects with the passion that we have around giving people voice.
Absolutely. You know, my dream, I told you, was to include, be able to dream so big I got to fit other people's dreams in it. And I can tell you this, you know, on this journey with Dr. Eric, he got to fulfill a part of a dream that I never thought I was going to do. I speak on stages, I've written books, I've traveled the world, I speak on behalf of empowering women. And I can tell you this, with the AI tool that we have today, and I'm going to just put a link in there. I got to write with Doc our book called Ignite Your Passion. And what that did was it allowed us to take NLP, neuroscience, and the passion we have to support others, put it into a book, and also create a workbook. So imagine this, guys. We took the book that we had inside of us and we developed a course. So now I got a 28-day course that I can do, and it's a book on a daily book that you can actually join us in. But this was the dream that Doc built for me. And I'm going to play a song, because that book and that course and the signature talks that I was able to put together all catapulted into a song that made a really big difference for me. And I'm going to play that song so you can hear the life work that we've put in. And now we get to do it and share it through books, through a course, through talks. And now it's a song.
You got a vision, but it's time to take a stand. With Dr. Eric Goodman, they need you to guide your hand. Oh, step into your power, don't hold back now. We're here to show you just how. From invisible to invincible, you'll rise. Unlock your genius, it's time to realize. Ignite your passion, light up the sky. Erase your vision, watch it fly high. With Dr. Eric and Minnie by your side, building legacies that won't be denied. Step into your purpose, let it unfold. Empower your story, let the truth.
Guys, that's just a sample of the creativity that's behind each of you. And you know what was the biggest gift for me? And I'm going to get teary. Is when my children heard the song, my kids are 34 and higher. When my children heard the song, they said, "Oh my God, Mom, that's you. That's the story you've been telling us all our lives." So imagine this, guys. We start with a book. We can help you turn it into a course. We can help you build a signature talk around it so that you can share the passion that's inside of you, and that we can help ignite what you truly stand for. Now that's a commitment. We've got the tools, and now we got you. How many others can we bring along on this movement to tell the story that's locked inside of us? And I'm going to say this, guys, I'm older than you think. And it took me 40 years after my first writing to write 6 other books. So what's inside of you? So I'm going to say this. Thank you to Chris, to Dr. Samuel and Dr. Eric, to Dwight and Destiny, because together we're making dreams come true. And we get to fit other people's dreams in it. And we're hoping that this was impactful enough for you that you will share it with other people, because how many other people have stories to tell? Are you with me, guys? Is this making sense? And are you following me? Awesome. I'm going to give it back to Dr. Eric, because that's my story, guys, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, thank you. And there's no other words. That was beautiful wrap up. I just invite you to dream big, to recognize that you have greatness within you and your story needs to be brought to the world. And I think the other thing, and this is another, I love quotes. So this is another one that I love, is by Emerson. He said, "What lies behind you and what lies before you are only tiny matters compared to what lies within you." And other people, I'd go on and say, you're ultimately the only one who can leverage that genius within you. It's a huge responsibility. And so don't let it go to the grave. Bring it to the world, and we're here to support you in making sure that happens. So again, have fun writing, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the bonus workshop if you can make it, and then sending out the other info. Take care, everybody.
Dr. Eric and Minnie G by your side, building legacies that won't be denied. Step into your purpose, let it unfold. Empower your story, let the truth be told. Ignite your passion, a fire within. This is your moment, let your journey begin.
Thanks, God.
Every step you'll turn dreams into plans. Align with your mission, let it show where you stand. Guided by purpose, let your passion lead. You're here to build a future, so plant the seed. Oh, the power's in your hands, don't look away. Take action now. save your day from potential to reality. Watch it grow with Align Action. You'll own